tapped in, tuned in, turned all the way on. This ain't just a vibe, it's a freak scene bomb. Ms.Blue in the building, oracle flow, cracking codes of the cosmos, now you already know. Yeah. Ride the wave, feel the light, it's frequency love tonight. Ms.Blue gon' take you higher, burning truth with sacred fire. This is soul talk, rebirth from the womb. Say it with me, I can alter my course at any time. Yeah. Tap in, turn on. Yo, your higher self already logged in. If you really want it, you gotta be it. As Ms.Blue has shared with the world, it's all about frequency. If you feel it, show it. If you want it, grow it. If you believe it, know it. It's all about frequency. If you dream it, live it. Live it. If you receive it, give it. Nothing's missing, I'm it. It's all about frequency. In the past I thought I lost it, but the truth was always near. Every scar became a teacher, every fall just brought me here. Now I'm rising with the healing, every light inside of me, not becoming what I'm chasing. I am the frequency. You feel it, show it. Show it. If you want it, grow it. Grow it. If you leave it, know it. Know. All about frequency. Ask the question, how is this possible? The answer subtle, synchronicities audible. Keys unlocking, belief expanding. Frame by frame, new life commanding. No chase, no match, I embody the key. The light I own unlocks destiny. Raise my vibration, reality shifts. Every dream I desire already exists. Nothing's coming to me, no, no. Already here. When I raise my vibration, the vision is clear. Vision is clear. If you want it, grow it. If you leave it, know it. Believe it. It's all about frequency. If you dream it, live it. Give it. If you receive it, give it. No, nothing's missing, I'm it. It's all about frequency.
Ooh, wow. Higher insight, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. How are you all doing? How are you all feeling? We're going to get into some things tonight, but the first thing I want to talk about is this eclipse energy. Let me know if you all are already feeling it in your life. Like I've been feeling it for a couple of days, but today I definitely can feel where that eclipse is happening. So it's been a pretty interesting day, kind of a beautiful, interesting weekend, because we have to talk about that 8-8 Alliance Gate energy first and foremost. But the first thing I want to do is to welcome you all in. I'm so glad that you are tuning in. Let me know what part of the world you're tuning in from, what city, what state, what country, what continent, no matter where you're tuning in from. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. How are you all feeling? How's everybody feeling? How are you all doing? Wow. Okay. Much love from Darlington, South Carolina. Welcome on in. Pascagoula, Mississippi. You guys are in the building. I want to welcome all the visionaries in the building. I want to welcome all the soul family in the building. Gosh, it's a beautiful time to be alive for change and all these things that are happening. You got to know that everyone who is here, it's because you decided to come back for this time. Oh my goodness, Florence, South Carolina. That's up the street from my family's house. Welcome on in from Florence, up there by Sumter, King's Tree, all of that. Florence is right there. When I get to Florence, I know I'm almost home. I'm almost where I need to be. Welcome on in Jackson, Mississippi, Aiken, South Carolina. We got a lot of South Carolina in the family here. Charleston, Virginia, St. Louis, Missouri, Chicago in the building. Welcome on in Detroit, Michigan. Davina, good to see you. Columbus, Ohio in the building. Maryland in the building. We have the DMV in the building. Gainesville, Florida. I haven't heard that name in a very, very long time. These are some of the parts of the world that I've actually visited and been. My birth city, Brooklyn, New York. Crystal in the building. Good to see you. Wow, you guys are representing. All right, welcome on in. We have West Phoenix in the building. I guess we're talking about Phoenix, Arizona. So welcome on in. I'm going to take a moment, you guys. I just want to take a moment. First of all, let me ask you a question. How many of you, Knoxroy from Jamaica in the building. Good to see you, Knoxroy. Rosenberg, Texas in the building. NC in the building. Yeah, I'm going to get back to that. New Orleans in the building. California Bay in the building. North Las Vegas in the building. Right? Ooh, Karmic. Haven't seen you in forever, Karmic. Giving big love from across the pond in the UK. Good to see you. Baltimore, Maryland in the building. New Jersey is here. Sammy. Oh my goodness. Sammy, I haven't seen some of you guys in a minute. You probably have been here. I just haven't seen you guys. Sammy in the building. Good to see you, Sammy. Miss Rich is coming through from Virginia. Good to have you here. Let me not hit the wrong thing. We got the dancing priestess Trin in the building. Good to see you. Houston, right up the road in the building. Etta, representing California. Okay, we got Shreveport, Louisiana in the building. Papa Flam is representing Fort Worth, Texas, right up the road. A lot of y'all are just right up the road from me, and I love it. Greensboro, North Carolina, just so beautiful down in that way as well. Barb Marley says it's a natural mystic flowing through the air. Definitely, absolutely Shouts out to Barb Marley as well. One day I'll have to tell you guys the story about how I got a channel from Barb Marley's, one of his managers and one of our soul family members' husband, who also was a professional soccer player from way across the other side of the world. He like literally came in my consciousness. I had no connection, no indication, didn't know who this man was. Put a call out, not even on this channel, on my other channel out in the world, and the message went out. So know that our loved ones are always still very much close and they can get that message through. Okay. Welcome on in from Palm Beach, Florida. Aren't y'all a handsome team together? Is that called the sharper team? Y'all look sharp now. I don't know what y'all do, but y'all sharp. Y'all is sharp. Y'all that's representing. Oh no. Say it isn't so. We got Greenville, South Carolina in here. I'm gonna have to call my mama and them, because it's a lot of South Carolina in here. The DNB is in the building. Welcome on in, Rose. Wow, you guys are representing. Now, here's one we don't see often. Kansas is in the building. Welcome on in. And Kansas City, Missouri is in the building. Welcome on in. How's you guys' weather? All of that going on. We got some more Brooklyn, my birthplace, my birth city, in the building. So shouts out to all of Brooklyn in the house. So listen, I want to take a moment, first of all, and I just want to send so much love out to the Soul family, right? You guys showed up and you showed out for the 8/8 Lionsgate activation. And if you were there, I want you to just type 8/8 in the chat. If you were there, I want you to type 8/8 in the chat. And I know so many of you guys, definitely, you have been emailing me, telling me all of the activations and everything you received from being at the live activation. And I just want to send love out to all the participants. And you guys definitely check your email for the replay. Watch the replay. We still have some more gifts. They gave out some mind-blowing gifts. Oh, look at all the 8/8s in the building. So you guys were in the house. You got a chance to feel that love. They was dropping so much knowledge. Oh my goodness. It was so beautiful. It was just amazing. And know that I'll be doing more of those as well. Yes, we were returning home to ourselves. Absolutely. And it was incredible. And so I just want to send love out to all of them, every single one of them. And so before we get off of here, I will just send love out to New Diamonds. We want to send her so much love. The brother Rob Black Storm. We want to send him so much love. We had the pleasure of Dream and D-Ray Wise. They were there, sending them so much love. El Michelle was in the building as well. And Jennifer Bliss was there. And when I say they, listen, if the portal wasn't open, baby, we opened it. If the portal wasn't open, we opened the portal, right? The vibes were so high. Everybody came in with such beautiful, amazing energy. And you guys in chat, wow. I literally seen a whole orb floating all over the planet. Just floating all over the planet after the workshop. It was so incredible. I am still in that frequency. Now, as you know, coming up here on the 12th, we have a solar eclipse. Yeah. And we're going to talk about that. I can't think of the singer's name, but when I was growing up, and many of you may know this too, there was a song called A Solar Eclipse of the Heart. Let me know if you remember that and who actually sings that song. I think she recently made her transition not too long ago, but it was such a powerful song. And I think about it, even as a young child then, like I knew absolutely nothing about astrology and numerology. I didn't even know what a sun sign was. I didn't really hear any of that to become anything significant until probably I left to get ready almost to go to college. Like, really, it was one of those things that people talked about, but it wasn't anything on my radar. But that's what we're having, a total eclipse of the heart. Now, before we get ready to talk about what we're going to talk about here tonight, I want to say this. Let's ping the show out. So if you have anybody that needs to receive some insight, some information, and you know that this is going to be good for them, I want you to do me a favor and share the live, ping it out as well. And also, if you hit the like button, because that's going to also send a message out, right? Like a frequency to our soul family to let them know that we are live. And so we have more than 147 people here. It really would touch my heart, right? If you hit that like button, because that would show, that you are here, you are present, and it'll help the live out. It'll help the channel out as well. So I would love for you guys to hit the like button, right? Like it don't cost you a thing. And it can be your exchange of energy of where you are. So let's hit that like button so we can do that there. Yeah. Thank you all. Thank you all. So before we get into that, I want to give another shout out to all the visionaries in the room. And if you're new here, I want to be the first to welcome you here. I'm glad that you're here. Know that I call all of my subscribers here. We are soul family first, right? And they are also visionaries. And if you want to become one of the visionary and a part of the visionary collective, all you have to do is like and subscribe. And come on into the Blue Room. And that's how you're going to get started. Yeah, thank you guys. I see it. Her name was Bonnie Taylor. That's her name. Solar Eclipse of the Heart. If you get a chance, after we get off the live, I want you all to go back and listen to that song. It's a lot of magic in there. We as spiritual beings on the planet, we are always tapped in and channeling higher insight messages from God, universe, from the divine. We are doing that all the time. And sometimes we don't even know it. I'm sure many of you have channeled some information and went back and looked at it and thought, wow, when I was saying it, when I was doing it, you wasn't really conscious that you were actually channeling information. I don't know if y'all like this setup. It's only because my computer had a total solar eclipse of her heart, and she decided to do her own thing. And after realizing I'm not going to force anything, because during this window of the eclipse, the last thing you want to do is try to force something to happen. So no forcing. I said, okay, you don't want to give me the nice blur background. You don't want to do that. Hey, we going on just like this. So here we are. Here we are. Yeah. So welcome to everybody on in. And we're going to get started because we have quite a bit that I want to cover here. I also want to remind everybody who was at the 8/8 Lionsgate activation. Remember, it was a one-day event, but it doesn't stop there. Like, this portal is going to continue forever, ever. Let's get those likes up, you guys. Come on. We got to get these likes up. We got to get these likes up. Thank you. Let's get these likes up. You can give it, you could give a sister a like, right? You here, you're present. Let's get these likes up. We can do it. You didn't even realize it wasn't blurred until I said something. Yeah, I know. Sometimes I can be a little too honest. But this is what I want you all to do before we actually get ready to get into this. And I want to preference this and let you all know I'm not an astrologer, but I have a strong love for astrology and I'm a student of astrology. You know, what I mainly deal in is frequency and energy. I absolutely love everything about frequency and energy. The reason I'm telling you that is because when I'm giving this insight to you, I want you to take it with a grain of salt because I am mixing astrology with also numerology, but I'm also just really kind of sprinkling in what my work and my love first and foremost is, which is everything about reading energy, like in the Akashic records, right? Reading energy. But most importantly, I'm always interested in helping you excel in your life. And so I guess you can say I'm kind of one of those oracle. I'm the galactic oracle. I'm for the galactic collective that's on the planet. That's who I read for, right? I'm interested in giving you things that can be helpful to you as you continue to grow up on planet Earth. So I just kind of want to say that as we get ready to get started. And here's another thing. Primarily, we're going to focus on, because I don't have your chart. And so I want you to know I had to do a little bit of channeling here. So I don't have your chart. So this is going to be some insight that I'm going to be able to give to you about this solar eclipse. And we'll talk about that. If you don't know what that is, we're going to talk about this solar eclipse. But I'm going to give you some specific things. I want you to know that I'm going to focus on your rising sign. And I am using Western whole house system because that is what I have found in my studies, in my work, to be more universal and more accurate across the board. Not that any other systems do not work, but for me, I am able to translate that in a more profound way. So I want you to focus on your rising sign, okay? So your rising sign. And so when we get a little further, we're going to talk about that, but I'm going to be hitting on 3 points. I'm going to tell you what your eclipse theme is about. It's going to be the eclipse point. And this is where the energy is asking for your attention. And I'm going to tell you something right now. You should be feeling that energy right now. There are some themes that is running in the background. Just all in the background. If you go back about a week and you think about these themes, you already know what it is. I'm going to talk about the ego point because this eclipse, it is an eclipse and it is dealing with the heart, but it is also dealing with the ego. Now, when I talk about the ego, I'm going to stay textbook here because Ms.Blue, I have a totally different perception of what ego is. And I'm not here to teach that class tonight, but we'll talk about it some other time. But we're going to stay textbook with ego. But I want you to know that for me, ego is anything that is fear, that is done out of fear, because the ego itself is drenched in fear. Okay? And this is a lot of what we are working through on planet Earth here. So I'm going to give you your ego point. And this is where things like pride, where fear, where control, validation, or even your old identity, these are the points of where it needs to be balanced, right? And some of you may have already had situations in your life right now, because I'm reading the collective energy here, where that has already come and kind of sat you down. Okay? Sat you down. I kind of got sat down today in big ways. So you may already be feeling it. And then I'm going to tell you what I like to call your power rising point, right? Your power rising point. And this is what can emerge when you are consciously working with what has been revealed. And that's going to be so key because so many things are being revealed to you right now. Please don't ignore them. Now, they may be things that's kind of hard to face. It may be some shit that you like, I don't know if I can even deal with that. But some of us have some pretty shocking and some revealing things that's going to come into our consciousness. That's going to come into our consciousness. And some of them are going to be truths about yourself that you didn't realize, right? Some of it is going to be truth about people we're in relationship with, work that we're doing in the world, things that we desire, how we understand the world, all of these things. But everything is working for your greatest and your highest good. And so it is my intention that I give you that, so you can take that insight and you can begin to start working with it. I want to say thank you for the super chats. Thank you, Legendary Intel, for the super chat. And then also, I want to say, I just seen this one. Thank you so much, Blacklight216. I always gotta show love. I'm here from the Brother Panic old school. Well, bless you. It is so good to have you here. I'll say to our Brother Panic as well. Yeah, Ashe. Brings me back. We were just talking about that during the work, right after the workshop too. Just about those old Planet Remix days, all those good things. So listen, welcome to everyone on in. Oh my goodness, more than 200 of you guys are here. I absolutely love that. Make sure you hit that like button as well. So this is what I want you all to do. We're gonna drop our rising sign in chat in the blue room. But I want to say this. Thank you to everyone who let me know about all of my predictions. You guys are so good. And like I say, I have to preference this. I want to send so much love out to everybody in Colombia. When I did the show the other day, I knew I needed to do the show ahead of time, just in case somebody didn't know, didn't be prepared. I've actually spoke to 2 of our family members, soul family members that live in Colombia. They have sent me emails to let me know that they are safe. But it is some tragic things that has happened. I told you guys I see it kind of like Venezuela happening. And one of the things I will tell you, since we're all here, is that I do see that they will get another one. Not a aftershock, like another one. And interesting enough, some new things came on the horizon. Was Turkey, Ecuador. I'm gonna go back into the channel and look over my notes that I received, but I'm sending them so much love. Yeah, sending them so much love. We have a lot of things, and even the fires. I told you guys I seen more fire in Canada. And they have more fires now in Canada. I want you to think about this, and I'm going to stay on track, but I want to say this. The predictions, when it comes to the things that's coming out, it's not something I'm searching for, first and foremost. In a perfect world, I would not want to know about any of that. I wouldn't. And I tell you all this from a very honest place. I'm not looking for it. I'm not searching for it. In fact, I don't go out searching for any of these downloads because, again, I prefer to work soul to soul for me. You know, that's just my work. But I also have a responsibility to share what I'm seeing as well. And so I'm glad that it is helpful. It has helped some prepare themselves for what is happening and what is coming as well. So if you haven't and you don't know what I'm talking about, I would say after this, go back and listen to all of the prediction shows for 2026. I've done 2 so far, and there's another one coming because there's just so much coming. But I want to bring something to all of you guys' attention because I know y'all study all kinds of things. Just recently, Colombia elected a new leader. And there's a lot of disruption. Like the country is very divided about what's happening. It's a big divide that is happening. And this literally just happened a couple of days ago. There's a city in Colombia, I think it's called Cali, like the goddess Kali. And interesting enough, in that particular city, that is the city that didn't want, mostly voted against the president or the leader who's coming in. They didn't want that. The difference between the voting of the people was something small, like 1%. And he announced that he's going to be doing his inauguration in the city of Cali. He announced that right before the earthquake. Now, truth be told, if you go back and listen, when in 2025, at the end of 2025, I think it was December, I did the 2026 prediction show, and Colombia was one of those places on there, as well as Venezuela, all of these things. I'm not telling you these things because I think I'm some special being on this planet. I'm telling you these things because this is the ability we all are going to be able to do. We can do to some capacity, and I'm sure you're able to do it in many different ways in your life. And I know for me, because I have a listening audience all over the world, I have a responsibility. At least I would want someone to tell me if you think this isn't some guessing game. I've been doing this for more than 20 plus years. It's not to say that it can't happen in an instant for some people, but there is a level of responsibility to this. So I tell you all this, and I send my love out to all of them, because I want you all to know that what's happening on the planet, this is not some mystery. It's not some separation between what is happening within us. We are releasing. We have been in a year since 2025, coming out of 2024 into 2025, 2026, and well into 2027 until we get to 2028 of releasing. And many people are releasing a lot of emotions. And I know we want to talk about CERN, and we want to talk about chemtrails, and we want to talk about manipulation of weather, and all of those things are real. But what is also real is your emotions is also affecting the weather. And so there is an interesting thread between what is happening with the people in Colombia that hasn't happened in I don't know how long, how many hundreds of years, and this earthquake that is happening. Same thing with Venezuela. So, yeah, I want you all to just be mindful, right? I always say when I'm releasing energy out into the atmosphere that is lower energy, that I am releasing it so it can be transmuted into a higher frequency. But no, you are affecting the elements as much as the elements are affecting us. We are in a relationship with each other. Okay. So know that. Know that. All right. So now, okay, I'm here now. I'm here now. I just really wanted to put that out because there is going to be more to come, you guys. And like I told you, even some things in Egypt and other parts of Europe and California and oh my goodness, Turkey. It's listen. But in the words of Kendrick Lamar, we gonna be all right. We are going to be all right. We are. So let's continue. So drop your rising sign in the blue room for me so we can just take a look at that. That's right. Let me drop your rising sign. Yeah. So the 3 points, remember I'm going to give you, you're going to get the eclipse point. These may be some things you want to take notes on. Take what resonate with you, leave the rest, okay? So that you can understand this is just to kind of give you some themes, some insights, some places you can begin to start looking in your life. The eclipse point, this is where something may be asking for your attention. You should already be knowing what that is. I see you guys putting your rising sign, Libra rising. We see Capricorn rising, Leo rising, Cancer rising, Scorpio rising, Pisces, a lot of Scorpio risings. Ooh, Taurus rising, Aries, Leo rising. Okay, Aquarius rising, Virgo rising. All right, beautiful. Now, the ego point. This is where you need to check yourself. So remember that the ego point is going to be where you need to check yourself, right? Check yourself. Not judge yourself, but check yourself, right? My daddy used to say, check him at the door. All right, Leo rising for me, Aries rising for my husband. Interesting combination there. We're going to talk about it. Now we're going to talk about the ego point, okay? And by the way, I'll get back to that. Gemini, Aquarius rising, Taurus rising. Okay. Let me know when Aries is in retrograde. Okay. Gemini rising, Leo rising, Gemini rising. Okay. Taurus rising. I don't know. I guess I need to get a reading to find out. Well, to find out, pretty simple. If you know your time of birth, you can go to astroseeks.com, put in where you were born, time of birth, and details. You can put it in the internet and it will tell you what city you were born, what country you were born, time you were born. It's going to tell you your sun, moon, and rising, so you can figure it out. But if you don't have it right now, hold that thought. You'll be able to get it. Okay. And so next we talked about the ego point, and then I'm going to give you the power rising point. Okay. What can emerge when you actually use what you've learned? Okay. So that's what that's going to be, because we don't do doom and gloom over here. We don't do that. And we don't do fear. This is awareness. This is about choice. And it really is about expansion. So now I want to talk about what is a solar eclipse. If it's not on your birth certificate, it doesn't matter. A good astrologer can figure it out. I done helped a lot of people figure out what time they were born. If your mother, father, sister, brother, uncle, aunt, cousin are still alive, you can ask your mother or family member, was the sun out? Was it daytime? Were you born at night? Were you born in the evening? Because trust me, we can figure it out. And it's a way to figure all of that out. That's right. And in most cases, it's not on your birth certificate anymore. But what you could do is, now they got stuff online. You can go to the Vital Statistic. You could go to the Vital Statistics Bureau. You can go to your city and state and pull it up online with the information, and you will see it there, because there is a time. But sometimes, just depending on how you were born, where you were born, those things are a little different. But remember, there's a way to connect. So no worries there. All right. So let's talk about what the solar eclipse is. All right. And I want you to think about this. The sun is shining. The sun is shining very, very bright, right? You got the sun. And then you're going to have the moon. And the moon is going to move between the sun and between the earth. And it's going to go dark for like 3 minutes. It's going to be completely dark because the moon is going to block the sun's light. Here is something very important, fascinating. I don't want to get into no conspiracy theories, but let me tell you what's fascinating. The moon gets its light from the sun, but during a solar eclipse, the moon says lights out. It doesn't reflect back the sun's light. It goes completely dark. I personally feel it's a point where our souls recalibrate. There is a recalibration in our divine blueprint. You understand? It's a recalibration of this energy. And as this energy recalibrates, it's because it's almost like everything coming to a stop. And a lot of us, once that eclipse is over, a lot of people are going to end up on different timelines. They're going to end up in different dimensions, right? They're going to end up in completely different dimensions. It's like you get a chance at the time of the eclipse to make another agreement with your soul. With your soul. You get a chance to make another agreement with your soul. It's a soul agreement. We're no longer in contracts anymore. Contracts really went out in 2012, but it took most people's consciousness until we got in the 2000s to realize they were no longer under soul contracts. So there are no more soul contracts. So everyone who's in your life, everyone who's connected to you is, guess what? These are people who you have chosen to be connected to and in your life. This is why it sometimes gives the appearance like people don't care about families anymore. It's not that people don't care about families anymore. There's no more soul ties. There's no more soul contracts. So everyone is operating as an independent agent. Just like in sports, when you're a free agent, you're free to move around. You're not stuck to your team. You're not locked into being a Raven. You're not locked in to being on the Giants team, or you're not locked in like LeBron. You're not locked in to a particular team. You're not locked into that. You're not locked. You can move around. You can choose and go and be with whoever you want, however you want. So, some pretty interesting times. So this solar eclipse is where we'll be at a place where Earth and the moon are coming together, and it's going to be blocking the sun's light. I don't think it's personally blocking the sun's light. I think it is absorbing the sun's light. And that's the solar eclipse. That's my version of what the solar eclipse is. Now, know this, the sun never stops shining, right? The sun never stops shining. Something, think of your life this way, something temporarily came between you and the light. Now take that into your life and think about your life. What came between you and your light? Some would call this us being in the place of remembering. Stay focused, you guys. Stay focused. Think about it. Yeah. Your light isn't gone. Even though sometimes we may feel like our light is gone, right? We may feel like your confidence is gone, right? Maybe you had that where you felt like your confidence left, or you feel like your intuition is gone. You understand? Or your creativity is gone, or your direction is gone. None of it is gone. None of it is gone. Absolutely nothing is gone. It's not gone. Not at all. Not at all. It's not gone. Something may simply be standing between you and your ability to recognize it, right? It could be something between you and your ability to just recognize what's happening. And some of those things could actually be, it could be fear, because there's a lot of fear on the planet. And sometimes fear doesn't look like someone who's scared. Sometimes it looks like an ego out of control. That can be fear. It doesn't always look like somebody riding and hiding. In most cases, it's going to be the opposite. It looks like someone who's trying to control everything around them. It looks like constantly getting attention. It looks like pride. It looks like comparison, right? It looks like old programming, or constantly needing approval, or trying to control an outcome, or trying to force everything and everyone to think and feel exactly like you. Back in the day, I used to have an uncle, and he would always tell us it's either my way or the highway. That was fear. That was fear that you had to do things exactly as he said. It came across looking like ego, but it was really fear, right? So all of these things, I want us to just kind of, flirt with these ideas, see what lands for you. Staying loyal to an identity that you've outgrown. Sometimes we can really drive ourselves out of our mind by trying to hold on to an identity that's no longer ours for many different reasons that really have nothing to do with us. I want you to know, because that's where I want to take this eclipse. We know that Leo is what we call in astrology is ruled by the sun. And Leo deals with things like visibility, creativity, leadership, courage, expression, the heart, identity. That's a big thing for Leo, is your identity. And these are all the themes that are going to be moving, that's actually moving through everything that is happening right now. Right now. And because this eclipse is happening towards the south node, right? The south node side of this, it's a Leo and Aquarius. It's on that axis. One of the things that I can tell you that we're all looking to do is we're looking to release something. Type that in the blue room if you have something you want to release. It could be an old thought, an idea. It could be some kind of work you're doing in the world. It could be some sort of health. It could be some sort of fear. It could be anything. It could be absolutely any of those things. But we're looking to release. But I want you to know release doesn't always mean leaving someone. It doesn't always mean getting rid of something. It could be a release of a perspective, a release of the way that we see ourselves, see the world, see our relationships, see the work that we're doing in our lives. It's a course correction, a course correction that we all have sort of signed on the dotted line for, to release. Self-doubt, that's a big one. Yeah. Fear. Yeah, that's a big one. I would encourage you to identify where the fear is. Where is that fear? Realizing my procrastination. Yeah. Releasing imposter syndrome. Yeah, I would identify what you're calling imposter syndrome. I'm not telling everybody to put it in the chat. I'm just telling you so you can go a little deeper in the surface, because you will see exactly where that is, right? Yeah. And I guess what I'm telling you is you don't have to quit your job by Wednesday. Don't quit your job by Wednesday. Please don't go in there Thursday morning and tell the people, Ms.Blue said there was an eclipse and therefore I quit. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay? So I want you to know that release can come in a lot of different ways, right? You can release the need to prove yourself, Maybe you feel like there's something you got to prove. A lot of people on the planet has been on a trajectory that was put in place because of some sort of fear or some sort of need. I'm going to prove to my mama and daddy. I'm going to prove to this person. And that can take you so far. I'm not saying that's even a bad thing, because you can sort of transmute some of that energy. But then there's going to get to a place where you're going to hit a brick wall, and that anger that once fueled you, that disruption, that rejection is no longer going to give you that same kind of push that it once did in the beginning. And so this other one, it could possibly be that you need to release the need to be liked. And I know, because I used to be a big people pleaser. And I used to really, really care that I wanted everyone to like me. I wanted everyone to know exactly what was true. Those days are been gone. It's okay. Everybody ain't got to like me, because I like me. And if that's you and you have people-pleasing tendencies, I want you to remember that. It's important that you like you, not everybody. Everybody ain't got to like you. Everybody ain't gonna like you. So that's one to grow on. And then this is another one. I release the fear of being seen, not being seen, but the fear of being seen. Many of you know me back from the remix days. You never seen me. I hosted an online radio show for a total of almost 18, 19 years, and you never seen what I look like. Ever. Ever, 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 ever. You didn't. And so I had to get to the point where I had to release the fear of being seen, not just physically seen, emotionally seen. You understand? I had millions and millions of followers from all around the world. And guess what? It didn't matter. And even after Blog Talk was gone, I still wasn't being seen. It had nothing to do with blog. It had everything to do with me. With me. And that's the growth. Because one thing I'm not going to do, I'm not going to bullshit you. I don't have time to do that. And if that's what you want, somebody to just kind of tell you what you want to hear, then this may not be the spot for you, because I don't do that over here. The next one. Maybe you need to release the belief that being needed makes you valuable. that somehow if someone needed you, remember Rihanna talking about, her song, You Needed Me, You Needed Me, Sometimes we think, you know what? I need you to need me. So I'm going to put you in a position where you have to keep coming to me. I learned that very, very early on. And I nipped it in the bud. My goal was never for you to need me. My goal was for you to understand, guess what? That everything you have is inside of you. And to help you return back to yourself. And I've been doing that for more than 20 years, helping people return back to their selves and their own power. And to know that the things that I do, multisensory ability, tapping into your intuition, your higher mind, it's a part of your birthright. It's not anything special. You were born with that gift. Many of us just have, we've been taught not to listen to it. We overwork and utilize our minds to the point that we have ran the mind in the ground. The mind is trying to check out. It's trying to get out of here, right? That's why I tell everybody when you first come here, unless you're doing some present work, some analytical work, putting together some IKEA furniture, working on a car, doing some mathematics, stay out of your mind. Because your mind ain't going to take you where you think it is. It wasn't designed for that, right? So these are some of the things. Maybe you need to release an identity that was perfect for who you were 5 years ago, but now is just a little too small, a little too tight for where you are right now. And so that whole identity, it's gone. It's over. But you still there. You still in that space. You still stuck in that box because people want to put you in a box and they want to remind you, don't you bake cakes? Because I'm trying to figure out why you painting. Because I thought you baked cakes. You don't bake cakes no more? You got to let them know, yeah, I still bake cakes, but I paint too. How about that? We are multidimensional beings. And so there are many different things that we do, not because we are just running out here for titles, because we have many different callings in our lives. And the more that we continue to expand our consciousness and our awareness, you're going to find that there's many different things that you want to do and will do. Many different things. Yeah. So I guess the main thing that I want to share after us talking about this is that your ego isn't your enemy. Your ego isn't your enemy. And there have been so many books and books and books and books that have told you to destroy the ego. And many people have. And as a consequence, they destroyed themselves. Some still trying to come back from it. Yeah, that part. Now, there is an aspect of the ego that is in fear. But then there's a gorgeous, beautiful aspect of the ego that many of us were taught. Sit down. Be humble. Yeah. So, you need a healthy sense of self. You understand? You need it. You have to have an ego to even survive your own consciousness. Without any ego, you wouldn't get up and put any clothes on. You wouldn't even get out of the bed. You wouldn't even move. So there's a delusional thought on how we've been taught about the ego. You need a healthy ego. And quite frankly, for a lot of us, that has been our Achilles heel. No ego. because the ego, we've been lied to about the ego. Okay? The real question is whether your ego is serving your expansion or just protecting a outdated version of yourself. And that's one I want you to just kind of sit with, especially over the next couple of days. Is your ego serving your expansion? Or is it just protecting that outdated version of who you are? All right? So now we're going to get into the rising signs. I think I've done enough of talking about this thing called the ego and helping us to get a different understanding. I want to say thank you to everybody. We have more than 300 people, almost 400 people in the building. And I just want to welcome you all into the Blue Room. Please hit the like button so we can share the live out. Please keep sharing the live out. And yeah, we're going to go. So we're going to start with Aries. And again, where are my Aries risings at? Yeah, we're going to talk about it because this Leo eclipse is actually happening in the 5th house. But wait a minute, you guys. I want to talk about something before I get to that. I actually want to read something out of this book. It's called The Archetypal Universe. I'm not going to read it right now, but I do want to talk about something when it comes to this energy. A lot of this energy that's happening right now, and it's 9/11, because this is going to be a 911, what I tell you. It has a lot to do with fires. And so during this time, we may see a rise and even more fires. I know the one just recently yesterday in Canada. Canada got more fires, and then fires are kind of spreading. But I'm talking about house fires. And so like I told you guys at the beginning of 2026, this is the year, according to Chinese astrology, right, of fire. And so this is not just about house fires. I mean, fires everywhere, but I want you guys to really be diligent for fires in your house and pay attention. Don't light candles and walk away, especially if you have pets or children in the house, or just leave these things unattended, because there is going to be a heighten of fires, right? That are happening. And so we want to be that. And then the other thing is keep an eye open for children. Keep an eye open for children. There could be some cases uncovered with child trafficking and different things happening to children. Even leading up to this, we've seen these kinds of things happening. And there is a strong possibility that a lot more of these things will be going on during this time, and a lot of things being discovered at this time. And so I want to put that out because I know many of you are teachers, you work in capacity around children, and you have children. So I want you all to just keep our awareness and keep our eyes open for children, as well as a lot of unhealthy relations going on, which I'll get into that a little more. And I'll talk about it. And when I get to that, I'll share with you guys the book. I'll share you all of that. Stay with me. When I get to that, I will do it. But I want you all to just be mindful. A lot of discoveries. And also, while I'm talking about it, one of the things I said prior to this, that during the Lionsgate portal, that some of you would get your confirmation by some glass being broken around you. And I've seen some people commenting that they did get the confirmation. Thank goodness no one was hurt, but there was glass that was broken around them. And so during this time, this eclipse, don't be surprised if some of you don't find out that you have a sibling you didn't know about. And so for some of you, there will be a sibling you didn't know about. For some of you, you will find out the origins of your birth. You may find out that the origin of your birth. You may find out that who you thought was your father is not your father. Who you thought your mother was your mother is not your mother, or even the family that you're in. You may find some of these things around your identity, because this is going to be a big one about your identity that is coming up. You'll see some things about, and this is not for everybody. These are just some of the things that I'm picking up. You're going to find some things out about your identity. Some of you are going to find out some things about your partner and that intimate relationship, and some very kind of on the wild side needs. And it's going to be a lot of those conversations coming up and disclosed. More things about leaders, people in public figures, people who take religious and spiritual seats and positions. A lot of uncovering there of things happening on the back end. So these are just some highlighted things that are going to be coming to the surface. Okay, so let's continue. Let's continue. All right. So Leo, we're going to go to Aries rising. And this is going to be occurring in your 5th house, right? And so the 5th house, when we think about it, this is about creativity. It's about joy. It's about romance. It's about pleasures, right? Even our own personal pleasures. So it's about pleasures. And it's also about authenticity. And it's about your self-expression. So these are going to be the themes for you, Aries risings, that are there. Your eclipse point, and I want you to think of it in terms of a question. I want you to think about this in terms of a question, and how I can put it to you is like this. What did having fun No, that's not going to be the way I want to put the question. Let me see. Some of you, let me just say it like this. Some of you have been so focused on what's next, like the next accomplishment, the next thing, the next responsibility, that you've forgotten what actually makes you feel alive. And so for Aries rising, this is about you coming back to your authenticity and about what are the things that actually make you feel alive. And I want you to begin to start thinking about you enjoying yourself. What did it cost you? What did it cost you? Or where do you feel you had to earn something? You had to earn the respect of someone. You had to earn the attention of someone. You had to earn something. For a lot of you Aries risings, there is a lot of things that's shifting about how you express yourself in the world, where you find your joy, where you find your romance, where you find your creativity. Because Aries risings, you've been so busy grinding, that you haven't looked at these key points. The eclipse is bringing you back here. The eclipse is going to illuminate these things around your dating life, if you're dating, or a relationship, or your relationship with your children is going to be big. or simply your relationship as it relates to how do you experience joy? And if you were to count the hours, how often are you in joy, or are you constantly somewhere else in your mind trying to solve something, move on to the next? And where are you expressing your creativity? I want to talk about your ego point for Aries risings, right? This has everything to do with how you're showing up. Are you performing? Are you acting? You know, as we say in my family, you out here acting. Where are you performing at? Are you doing something because you love it or because somebody is watching you? You know, what's the difference? Are you creating for real? Or are you just performing? What are you really doing? And when it comes to you, those of you who are single and you are dating, are you dating someone you actually like or someone who looks good next to you? Because this is a thing, right? And for some Aries risings, you have the opposite problem. You're on the whole other side of the spectrum. You won't try because you might not immediately be good at it. So if it's anything that you want to do and you don't think you're going to be good at it, you won't do it at all. Listen, that ain't nothing but ego. That's ego. That's all ego. You won't do this. So it's a flame going up for the Aries risings. Some of you guys, your flame is burning up everything in your life, and you ran everyone out of your life. And for some of you, your flame is so low that the slightest little wind is going to blow your light out, and you're stuck all by yourself. Let's talk about the power rising point here for Aries risings. Your power rises when joy stops needing to be justified, when you can find joy in the simplest things in your life, when you're just sitting with yourself, when you're having true, authentic joy for yourself, right? When you create because something inside of you wants to be expressed, when there is something you just want to express, please, Aries rising, play, flirt with life a little bit, right? Make something. Just make something. Just get in the kitchen, cook, draw, do something, make something. Laugh. When was the last time that you just had a full body laugh because something really, really just tickled you that much? I want you to do something with absolutely no productive outcome. For no reason. You're not trying to create a product to sell. You're doing it because that is what you want to do, right? I'm going to give you all sort of this mini ritual that you can do. And this is for the Aries risings. I want you to take 10 minutes with no phone, no audience, no posting, just you, 10 minutes, and do one thing you loved before life became too serious. Before you started taking yourself too serious, I want you to just take 10 minutes and do something, one thing. You can dance, you can draw, you can sing, you can cook, you can color, you can write, you can sit outside. I just want you to take 10 minutes, no audience, no posting, no social media, no phone, and do one thing you loved before your life got too serious, okay? And when you're finished, I want you to ask this question to yourself, really to your higher self. And by the way, shouts out to everyone who got the higher self activation, baby. We are getting it in. Almost 400 people have purchased that less than 30 days ago because it is that good of really helping you stay connected with your higher self. But I want you to ask, what part of me just got back online? What part of me just came back online? Because there's a part of you, Aries rising, and you know it if you're being honest. As great as you are right now, there's a part of you that's not online. And I want you to do that mini ritual to help bring that part of yourself, bring it back online. There you go. Let's go to Taurus risings. Where are my Taurus risings at? Let's get those likes up, you guys. We got almost 400 people in the building. Let's get those likes up. Where is Taurus rising? Taurus rising, the Leo eclipse is happening in your 4th house. And I'm telling you something, Taurus rising, we going home. That's right. We going home. That's it. Your 4th house rules your home. It rules your house, right? Your family, your roots, your ancestry, your privacy, your emotional foundation, like all of that right there. All of that. And so I want to talk about this eclipse point for Taurus risings. Something around your foundation needs your attention. It needs your attention real bad right now. There's something that needs your attention, right? Not necessarily your physical house, but I'm talking about your inner home that's inside of you. And I want you to begin, Taurus, to start thinking about this. What makes you feel safe? What makes you feel safe? Right? This foundation needs attention. What makes you feel safe to be seen? What makes you feel safe to be heard? What makes you feel safe to express yourself? What makes you feel safe to move around, even in your physical home, right? And I want you to start thinking about this. Who feels like home? What is it? What feels like home? Who feels like home to you when you're somewhere? It could be in a digital space. It could be in your physical space. But what feels like home? And more importantly, does the life you've built actually feel like home to you? Physically, mentally, and emotionally. Look at your life. Does it feel like home, the life you're building? All right, Taurus risings. Now let's go to the ego point. Your ego point is you holding on because something is familiar to you. And so Taurus risings, I want you to think about what are those things you're just holding on because it's familiar to you. Because we know that this Taurus energy likes stability, but familiarity and safety, these are not the same thing. Just because something is familiar to you, it doesn't mean that it's safe, right? I want you to know there are some traditions that deserve to continue, and there are some patterns that do not, right? You can love your family and still decide that you want to stop these family patterns and that these things stop with you. So I want you to begin to think about this, Taurus risings. I want to talk about your power rising point because your power rising point is going to be rising through emotional sovereignty. So I know right now with all my Taurus risings, y'all have been extremely emotional in the last 24 hours. There is something that is so emotional for you right now because this emotional sovereignty is your rising point of this eclipse. I want you to know you get to decide what peace feels like in your home. You get to decide that, no one else, right? And you get to create a new tradition. And we can say, on this day, we're going to celebrate because of X, Y, and Z. You get to make new traditions. And another thing you get to do is you get to refine what family looks like. Maybe family is not the people you grew up with. Maybe it's not. Maybe you met another tribe, another soul family, and others. You get to decide what family looks like. And you get to stop carrying emotional furniture that doesn't fit into your new home. Okay? You get to do that. You get to choose that. So here is your mini ritual for Taurus rising. I want you to choose like one small area in your home. And it needs to be a piece of furniture. So it can be a nightstand. It can be a shelf. It can be a drawer. Any of that. And I want you to remove one thing that represents your old season that you're leaving. One thing, right? Then I want you to intentionally place something there that represents who you are being. Who are you being now? Who are you choosing to be now? And place one thing there that intentionally represents your beingness. And that's it. I want you to make a physical space, right, for your new emotional space. It's like you having a mini emotional altar that you are putting there. Okay? Yeah. So there you go. Let's go to Gemini rising. Where are my Gemini risings at? Gemini rising. Your eclipse is happening in the 3rd house. All right. And so Gemini risings, we're dealing with the mind. And we know that mind, communication, your voice, learning, everyday conversing, conversations, all of that. Your eclipse point. Listen, you must pay attention to the way that you speak. Pay attention to the way that you speak, not only to other people, but I want you, Gemini risings, to pay attention to how you're speaking to yourself. It is time for you to upgrade yet again how you're speaking to yourself, right? How do you speak to yourself? I want you to take some time to examine that, right? There may have been some important conversations, some ideas, some messages, pieces of information that have come into your consciousness, and it's going to change your perspective. It's totally going to change your perspective, but I want you to pay attention to the way that you speak to yourself, because that's going to be your eclipse point. Let's talk about your ego point. Your ego point is needing to have the answers. And I know how intelligent Gemini risings are, but I'm telling you, your eclipse point is you needing to have the answers. Sometimes intelligence becomes armor, and you don't want that, right? Sometimes we explain because we don't want to feel. And you need to feel, Gemini. You do. And sometimes we talk because silence might tell us something that we don't want to know. So when you see that person that can't, what did they used to call that song back in the day? Mouth Almighty, that can't stop. A lot of times it's because talking, right? Silence, something our higher self might tell us. And so Gemini rising, I want you to know that every thought doesn't need to be broadcast. You don't need to say everything that you think. That's going to be your ego point for the eclipse. That's a challenge for this Gemini. Yeah, please don't, especially not now. Listen. So your power rising point for Gemini, your power rising, Your power rises when communication becomes intentional instead of reactive. And there's a big difference between you reacting and it's an intentional conversation, you know? So this is your opportunity to really upgrade and ask better questions, to listen just a little longer and say what you actually mean and not take us around on this journey, right? And allow yourself to answer and say, I don't know yet. That's not a weakness. It really isn't. That's actually spiritual maturity. It's intellectual maturity when you can honestly say, I don't know yet. So I'm going to give you a mini ritual, Gemini rising. I want you, before you have any important conversations this week, I want you to write down 3 sentences, and I'm going to give you this. This is going to be your mini ritual. And that is what I think, what I feel, right? You're going to answer these questions in a sentence, and what I actually need to communicate, right? And then I want you to speak from number 3. So you're going to write 3 sentences before you have that important conversation. Here's what I think. Here's what I feel. And what I actually need to communicate. And I want you to really speak from the last one. Yeah. So there you go, Gemini rising. Let's go to Cancer rising. All right, Cancer rising, which, we're going to be moving through a lot of this Cancer rising energy as well. Through the moon energy. This Leo eclipse is in the 2nd house, Cancer rising. So we're talking about all of these things. We're talking about possessions. We're talking about money. We're talking about values. And we're talking about self-worth. We're talking about all of these things. This is your eclipse themes. Now, your eclipse points, something may be changing around what you actually value. And I want you to think about this, Cancer rising. I want you to start thinking, and I'm sure these things have already come up, what do you actually value? And I want you to think, and when value changes, your money, your decisions, they change too. The moment you change your values, your self-worth will change. Your money will change. All of that will change. Okay? Your decisions will change. And here's a question from the eclipse point you can ask yourself. Does the way I spend my time, my money, and my energy reflect what I say I value? That part. The way I spend my time, the way I spend my money, the way I spend my energy, spend that shit. Spend that shit. Does it reflect what you actually value? Now, let's go to the ego point, okay? Your ego point is attaching worth to what you possessed. And that can be a person, place, or thing, right? Or what you provide. That's your ego point. I want you to look at that, Cancer rising. Some of you feel valuable because everybody needs you. And when no one doesn't need you, you don't feel valuable anymore. But this is going to hit that ego point here during the eclipse. And that's something I want you to really look at. Being needed and being loved, that's not the same thing. That's not the same thing. Being needed and being loved, that's not the same thing. Because people can need you and not love you, right? And people can love you and not need you. So those are some things to think about. Now, your power rising point, Cancer rising. Your power rises when your worth becomes internal, when you take all that worth and you put it inside of you. And then you start to negotiate different. You start to spin different. Spin that. Y'all don't want me to sing the song, right? I don't need nobody coming for me. So we ain't going to spin that. We ain't going to spin that. But you'll begin to start spending your time, your money, your energy differently. You'll start to choose differently because you're no longer asking the outside world to tell you what you're worth. Okay? So Cancer rising. I want you to open your banking app. Just open up your banking app. No shame, no judgment. And I want you to just look. Just look. Just look at it. Just look at it. And then I want you to ask, what does spending say I value? I want you to look at it. Where are you spending? Because that's going to tell you what you really value, right? I want you to choose one financial action that better reflects the person you're becoming, and that's going to become your ritual. That's going to become your whole ritual. And the reason this is coming up for Cancer rising is because you're about to hit a big money cycle coming up. And so you want to get those things in alignment. Let's go to Leo rising. So y'all laughing because I was about to sing the whole song. Me and Carisha was about to get into it, but I don't want Indy Ari coming from me because I love Indy. So that's why I just say spin that. Spin that. Yeah. And we're going to stop right there. We ain't going no further. No further. All right. Let's go to Leo rising. Okay. Leo rising. Where we at, Leo rising? Okay. So, Leo rising, this one is personal. And you know that the spotlight is on you, Leo rising. We got this Leo eclipse and it's happening in your first house. It's so personal. This is personal. You know how people say, don't take things personal? Oh, you need to take this. This is all personal because the eclipse is happening in your first house. And this is everything, Leo risings. This is about your body, baby. This is about your appearance. I seen you looking in the mirror this morning and you already trying to see what you gonna do. It's about your body. It's about your appearance. It's about your identity. It's about the way you enter life. All of this is about the switch. It's about the change. This is where the eclipse is happening. So here is your eclipse point, and here is your question. Who are you now? Leo rising, not who you used to be. Who are you now? Not who everybody expects you to be, but who are you becoming, right? You may have noticed changes in what you want to be present for in your life, in yourself. You might have started to notice how you're leading, how you're living, and how you're being perceived. All of this, hey, Dr. J, all of this is getting eclipsed. So, Leo rising, who are you now, right? Not who you were. Not who were you, excuse me. And not who everybody expects you to be, but who are you becoming? And I know you've been seeing changes in how you want to present yourself to the world, how you want to lead, right? And how you want to be perceived. All of that is changing. You talk to Leos right now, they're going to make you talk to the hand. They on some new-ish, for real. They on some new-ish, for real, big-ish. Let's go to the ego point. Now, here comes the big one. Here comes the big one. Welcome on in to everybody. Here comes the big one. I know we got over 400 people in this lot. Let's get them likes up, you guys. Let's get those likes up. Okay. Yeah, get those likes up. That's going to really help the algorithm and it will help the channel out a lot. And I'd be so grateful. So thank you. So here's your ego. Here go your ego point. Okay. For Leo risings. Who are you without the applause? Who are you? Who are you when without all the applause? Who are you? Who are you if nobody understands it? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you if nobody validates what you're doing? Who are you if no one compliments you, right? Who are you if nobody validates you, right? Would you still choose it? Would you still choose what you're choosing? If no one complimented, if no one understood, if no one validates it, if no one chooses it with you, who are you? Right? And on the other side, have you made yourself smaller because being fully visible makes you uncomfortable? Makes you feel so uncomfortable. You know, I was watching a show the other day. Well, it wasn't a show, it was on Instagram. And there was this brother and he was with his lion. And he had a whole pack of lions. And some people in the comments were saying it's AI. Some people were saying it was the editing. Some people were saying it ain't real altogether. Other people were saying it was real. And it was amazing to watch him with the lions, right? Yeah. So Leo, I want you to think about it. I want you to think about that. Have you made yourself smaller because the thought of being fully seen as your authentic self makes your ass uncomfortable, right? And here's what I want you to take from this. Both of those perspectives is ego. It's ego because both of those perspectives, from nobody complimenting, nobody understanding, not being validated, as well as playing small, right? Both are coming from fear because the ego is drenched in fear. So let's talk about your power rising point. Your power rising point is through authentic presence. You being present and being fully yourself. Not louder, not bigger, not more true, not knowing more, just your authentic self. You don't need nobody looking at you. You don't need nobody to look at you. You don't need that. You need to be able to look at yourself. Yeah. This is what Leo risings need. They need to be able to look at themselves. And so here is the mini ritual I want to give you. I want you to stand in front of a mirror. If you can get a full body mirror, even better. And I want you to look yourself directly in your eyes. And I want you to ask this question. Who am I ready to stop pretending to be? And then I want you to blink 3 times. Ding, ding, ding. And then I want you to keep looking in the mirror and wait for a minute. And then I want you to say, I give myself permission to meet who I am now. I give myself permission to meet who I am now. I think the biggest problem with Leo risings right now is that you have grown and you haven't fully given yourself permission to grow. And that's kind of strange because Leos, Leo risings in particular, they love to help other people see their light and grow. And now it's your turn. Now it's your turn. Now it's your turn. All right? All right. Let's continue. Let's go to Virgo risings. Where my Virgo risings at? Thank you guys for the likes. We got more than 400 people in here. Let's get those likes up. Beautiful, beautiful. Let's go to Virgo risings. All right. Virgo risings. Yours is quiet. It's quiet time for Virgo rising. The eclipse is going to be falling in your 12th house. And this has everything to do with subconscious patterns, endings, solitude, rest, and things that are happening beneath the surface. So all of my Virgo risings and everybody else, this is perfect. If you have the higher self activation during this eclipse, you definitely want to work with this. You understand? You definitely want to work with this, with the subliminal activation and the higher self ritual. It's good for all 12 signs, by the way. I'm just saying. By the way, thank you for those of you who purchased. Let's continue. Let's talk about your eclipse point, Virgo rising. Something you haven't wanted to look at is going to start getting real easy to recognize. You're going to be able to look at it. It's been some things. It's been a fear of yours, some sort of pattern of yours, some sort of exhaustion, some sort of ending that you know something has to end. And the truth that you have been just too busy, because Virgo risings, you've been keeping yourself so busy because you didn't even want to hear it. You didn't want to hear it. You didn't want to see it. You don't want to know it, right? But this is your eclipse point. Because something you haven't wanted to look at, you're going to be able to recognize it. Let's talk about your ego point. Your ego point is trying to fix everything. Oh my goodness. And don't I know? Your ego point for Virgo risings is trying to fix everything. Sometimes healing is not another project. Sometimes your nervous system doesn't need another spreadsheet for you to write shit down and try to figure it out. No. Right? Sometimes all you need to do is rest, Virgo rising. You just need to rest. You know, back in the day, I used to have an aunt that used to say, rest your nerves. You know, they was on the nervous system and understood it long before we understood what that meant. She used to tell us kids, we'd be running around, come here. Go somewhere and rest your nerves. We used to be like, rest your nerves? How you rest your nerves? That's your nervous system. Everyone in my family, that's their saying, rest your nerves. Go somewhere and rest your nerves. So, Virgo risings, you need to go somewhere and rest your nerves. So let's talk about your power rising point, because this is some good stuff here. Your power rises through surrender, through restoration, and through listening, Virgo rising. That's how your power rise. When you surrender to yourself, when you surrender to trying to fix everything, when you surrender to thinking you need another project, when you surrender, right? We're trying to organize and put everything when you surrender all of that and just go somewhere and rest your nerves and surrender, oh my goodness. Right. This is how your power is going to rise. Restoration. And when you can listen, Virgo rising. You know, the problem with Virgos is, you know, they one of them highly intelligent beings on this planet. So they know a lot. So they don't listen. When you talking to a Virgo rising, they not really listening. They already know. But listen, right? Just listen. Not giving up, because y'all can sometimes be too critical for your own good. So it's your power rises when you don't give up. Letting go of unnecessary control. You ain't got to control everything, right? Because there's a difference. There is a difference in not giving up and trying to control everything. So no control. I'm going to give you a mini ritual. I want you to sit quietly. Let me see how long. It's 9:55. I want you to sit quietly, Virgo risings, for about 5 minutes. No music, no phone, no guided meditation. And I want you to just go within and ask the question, what have I been too busy to hear? What have I been too busy to hear? Don't force the answer, Let silence do the heavy lifting for you and allow the answer to come. All right, so here you go. Let's go to the next one. Let's go to Libra rising. Where Libra rising is. Where is Libra rising? Let's go to Libra rising. Okay, Libra rising, the eclipse. Oh my goodness, is in the 11th house, Libra rising. And so we know what that means. We're looking at friendships. We're looking at communities. We're looking at networks. We're looking at collaborations. We're looking at future visions. We're looking at all that ish. We're looking at all of that. Okay? Here. Now, your eclipse point, is for you to look at your circle, right? Who are you becoming around the people you are connected to? Libra rising. Who are you becoming around the people you are connected to? And I want you to just think about this. I don't want to step on no toes or no feet. Sometimes we outgrow a room without anybody doing anything wrong. That part, right? Sometimes we outgrow a room without nobody didn't have to do anything wrong. They didn't have to piss you off. They didn't have to do anything wrong. So that's your eclipse point, right? Now your ego point, and this hits home for me because I'm a Libra rising and I've been feeling this energy for quite a few weeks. I got y'all spoiled around here. Now I'm on here begging for likes. I'm begging for likes. It's 415 people in the room and I'm begging for likes. Listen. Let's go to the ego point. All right. For the Libra rising. Your ego point is belonging at the expense of your authenticity. Y'all need me to run that back again? Or y'all got it? Y'all need me to run that back again? Do y'all need me to run that back again? Okay. The ego point for Libra rising is belonging at the expense of authenticity. Are you agreeing just to keep the peace? Right? Are you making yourself digestible just so people can take you in? Because, all my life I've been told that's too much to give to people. That's too much. You too much. You doing too much. You understand? And so as a result, I pat it down. Quiet as is kept. I even pat it down for y'all. I do. So I know this is listen, this is the eclipse happening. Like I said, go ahead and hit that like button. Okay. Y'all go ahead and hit that like button. So I want you to think about this, Libra risings. Keeping relationships alive because you've known someone for a long time or forever. This is where the eclipse is coming. History isn't always compatible. Look at world history. It's not compatible. What we used to do in the world and what we do now, they don't go together. They don't go together. And this is what we're going to have to take a look at. Now, let's talk about the power rising point for Libra rising. Your power rises when you find aligned communities rather than a convenient community. You understand? Rather than a convenient community. Your future may require new rooms. It may require new conversations. And yes, quiet as it's kept, some old relationships may evolve with you. You may be the one to move on to the next relationship. Y'all got a lot to say about Libra risings. Ooh. Listen. Now, Libra rising, let me go ahead and give you. I know that you know why they don't like them Libra rise. Now, I don't know about sun sign Libras, but I do know about Libra risings, okay? It's a little different, but listen. Here is listen, here's your mini ritual. Look through your messages. This is what I want you to do. And I'm looking through my messages because it's chat right now. Okay? Y'all remember. Look through your recent messages. And I want you to ask, which conversations leave you expanded and which one leaves you depleted? Don't block nobody. I ain't gonna block nobody right now. I ain't gonna block you, okay? All right? Just notice. I just want you to notice, Libra risings. All right? Which one of those conversations leave you feeling expanded? And which conversations leave you depleted? Okay? Awareness before action always. Okay? Awareness before actions. That's what I'm talking about. Y'all love me. Y'all really do. Oh, that hurt. Y'all love me. Y'all really do. We at 400 likes and we got 424 people. If we can get them other 24 likes, we doing something. We doing something. We doing some big things over here. I love it. I love it. Yeah, y'all running it up. Okay, now let's go to Scorpio risings. Where are my Scorpio risings at in the building? Where is Scorpio risings at? Where are you at? So here we go. Scorpio rising. Now this eclipse is going to hit your 10th house. I don't know who keep giving me the thumbs down. Actually, I know because I can see on the back end and I think it's quite cute. Okay. I think it's quite cute. I think it's quite cute. All right. So anyway, Scorpio rising. The eclipse is going to hit your 10th house and that 10th house is in career. It's your public life. It's your reputation. I can't even talk. It's your reputation. It's your leadership and it's your legacy. That's big. That's pretty big. Yeah, I am infinity. I can see. I know. Segment set. I know. I love you guys too. I know y'all love me. Listen, my computer is doing all kinds of special things, but we're going to keep it moving. We're going to keep it moving. Okay. Yeah. I know Reiki Meta. I know. So here we go, Scorpio risings. Let me stay focused. We're almost done. Your eclipse point. I want you to know this is going to be all about visibility. You may be reconsidering at this particular time for Scorpio risings what success actually means to you. And maybe something you've worked hard to become is no longer representing who you are. And some of you may be feeling that in a very, very strong and profound way. I want to talk about you don't have to care. Listen, don't make me come out. My rising sign in this eclipse is encouraging me to go ahead and do it. Nobody have to care. You don't have to care. But you really wasting your time if you somewhere you don't care. You wasting your time. Okay? But you won't waste ours. I promise you that. Okay? Here we go. So your ego point for Scorpio rising. Okay? Your ego point is your status, its control, and your image. Are you pushing something just because you want it? The eclipse is getting ready to happen right now. Listen, are you pushing something just because you want it, or because succeeding actually proves something and you're proving something to someone else? I want you to think about that, Scorpio rising. You know, who are you trying to prove wrong? Is there someone you're trying to prove something wrong to? Right? And the reason I'm telling you this, Scorpio rising, because that person you're trying to prove wrong, they may not even be watching you anymore. They may not even know you exist anymore. Hell, they may not exist anymore. Okay? So just think about that. Your power rising point, I want to talk about this, Scorpio rising. Your power rises when your purpose becomes more important than your perception. And that's a big thing. Okay? That's how your power is going to rise. That's how. When your purpose becomes more important than your perception. Okay? I want you to focus on building what matters and lead where you're qualified, and allow your public identity to just evolve, right? And allow it to evolve where your private identity does. So where you're evolving privately, allow your public identity to evolve in that same kind of way. All right? So here is a mini ritual for Scorpio rising. I want you to write down a title. It could be a role, something you do. It can be an accomplishment that you are proud of. And underneath it, here's the question I want you to ask. Without this, who am I? Without this, who am I? Who am I? Right? And then I want you to list 5 answers that have nothing, absolutely nothing to do with the achievement. And that's where your real power lies. And you're going to see it in a profound way. Scorpio rising. All right. Sagittarius rising. Where am I Sagittarius at? Where are my Sages at? Sagittarius rising. Sagittarius rising, because we are in your territory. Where you're at. All right. Y'all ready? Yeah, I got to clear my throat on this one. All right, Sagittarius risings. Here we go. Here we go. Hey, electric magnetic butterfly. So this is about, it's in your 9th house. So this is all of your beliefs, philosophies, spirituality. This is education. This is teaching. This is traveling. In essence, this is your worldview. This is your whole world view. I want to talk about your eclipse point, okay? Something you believe, and I want you to think about this, Sagittarius, right? There's something that you actually believe that needs to be updated. It's like so out of date, but you holding tight to that belief, but it is very much out of date, right? Now, it doesn't mean that you were wrong, but it is an indication that you have grown. So I want you to really know this is what's going to happen during this eclipse. You're going to get this massive download of DNA explosion, and you're going to realize that something you was believing in heavy needs to be updated. Okay? Not because you were wrong, but because you grew. You have a different level of understanding. That philosophy, that perspective, that view has shifted. Now, let's talk about your ego point. Your ego point is certainty, because nobody loves certainty like a Sagittarius, baby. Nobody. Okay? I want you to know that being spiritually aware, doesn't mean you know everything. And I know that's kind of a gag for some of you, because Sagittarians are very naturally spiritually aware, but it doesn't mean you know everything. And being educated doesn't mean you finish learning. I know that ain't none of y'all up in here. We just talking to the people in the back. Okay? And Sagittarius, sometimes the next level requires saying, maybe there's another way for me to begin to start understanding this, especially in those areas of your life that you are struggling. Because I know Sagittarius has the bow and arrow, but sometimes you won't let go of the bow. You won't let it go. You just hold on to it and think you hit the target. So maybe there's another way of understanding, and this is your eclipse point. Something, you're going to get that DNA explosion, and it's going to be in those areas of your life you know you kind of struggle, or you can't understand what's happening, and it's going to change a lot of things about your worldview, how you see yourself, how you understand things, all of that, right? So let's talk about the power rising point. Your power rises through curiosity. And I love it because I'm a curious girl. All my life I've been curious, and people wanted to call curiosity as nosy, but I'm not nosy. Curious. So through curiosity, that's how your power will rise. So this is you exploring, you studying, you traveling, you asking questions, right? And letting your philosophy expand as your consciousness expand. So you want your philosophy to expand and your consciousness to expand. And so I'm going to give you a mini ritual for Sagittarius rising. I want you to write one belief that you have held for years. Just one belief. Okay? And then I want you to ask, do I know this, or have I simply been repeating this for a long time? Right? And then I want you to research the opposite perspective. Not to change your mind, but so you can begin to learn how to strengthen your discernment, and you can bring that online in a different way. All right? There you go. Capricorn rising. We're almost done, you guys. Capricorn rising. Your Leo eclipse is happening in the 8th house. And so Capricorn risings, we're going to be going deeper. Your eclipse is going to fall in the 8th house, right? So this is all about intimacy. It's about trust. It's about shared money. It's about vulnerability. It's about your debts. It's about your energetic exchanges. And it's about transformation. And I want to talk about your eclipse points. And I want you to think about this. Where are you intertwined with someone or something else, either financially, emotionally, or energetically? Where are you intertwined with somebody or something else, right? And then I want you to begin to start thinking, is this a exchange of balance? Okay. So Capricorn rising, let's talk about your ego point, because your ego point is self-sufficiency. Okay. And I want you to think about it, because we know Capricorn risings. I'll do it myself. I don't need nobody. I'm fine. I'm okay. You understand? All of these things. But here's the real test. Can you receive? Can you receive? Can somebody support you without you feeling indebted to them? And can you be vulnerable without losing your sense of power? Yeah. Think about that, Capricorn rising. I want to talk about your power rising point now, okay? I know y'all are feeling it. Your power rises, Capricorn rising, through healthy independence. That's how your power rises, not through dependency, not through isolation, and not through interdependence, right? Not this, I can stand on my own. Not that. But I can stand on my own, and I can also invite in healthy support. It's okay to have healthy support at the same time. So here is your mini ritual. I want you to choose one thing you've been carrying alone, and I want you to really sit with that for a minute and think about the thing you've been carrying alone. And then I want you to ask someone trustworthy for a small piece of support. Okay? That's the ritual. No candles, right? No practicing, receiving. That's it. Pick one thing that you've been carrying alone. And then I want you to ask someone small for a small piece of support. That's it. All right. Aquarius rising. Where you at? Aquarius rising. Here we go, Aquarius rising. Leo eclipse is happening in your 7th house. Aquarius rising, right? Relationships are front and center, baby. They front and center. Romantic partnerships, business partnerships, agreements, significant others, one-on-one connection, all that right there, because this is in the 7th house. So your eclipse point, Aquarius rising, your relationship is a mirror. Okay? Something may become clear about what you need and want from a partnership, right? And what you bring into the partnership. That's going back and forth right there. Aquarius risings, you're dealing with this. Your ego point. Your ego point is detachment disguised as independence. Where are my Aquarius risings at? You know, sometimes it's I don't care and actually mean I care enough that this could hurt me. So I'm going to detach myself away from it, right? And sometimes being fiercely independent become a way of avoiding any kind of deep, meaningful connections or intimacy. All right? So think about it. Now, Aquarius rising, your power rising point. Your power rises through conscious, I'm going to say that word again for the people in the back, your conscious partnerships, not through losing yourself, not through controlling everybody else, right? Not through controlling everybody else. Two whole people choosing to meet together. All right. Now, here we go. Here we go. Here's your mini ritual, Aquarius rising. And that is, I want you to think about your most important relationship. And I want you to write, what do I need more of? So think about what that relationship is. What is your most important, what do I need most of in this relationship, right? What do I need more of? Whatever that important relationship is. And then I want you to ask, what can I give more of? Think about it. All right. Now, if it's appropriate, Aquarius rising, I want you to have the conversation. Not in your mind, no mind reading, but actually have the conversation. I want you to use words. Use your words, because those words will build you new worlds. New worlds when it comes to your relationships. All right, we are here. Pisces rising. Let's talk about Pisces rising. And this Leo eclipse is happening in your 6th house, Pisces rising. Right. This is all about your daily routines, your work, your service, your habits, and systems that actually just hold your life together. Let's talk about your eclipse point. I want you, Pisces risings, to look at your ordinary day, right? Because your life isn't only created during these huge spiritual moments, right? Your life is created on Tuesday morning, just like it is on any other day, right? What you repeatedly do, I want you to understand, matters. Now, let's talk about your ego point. And this is for Pisces rising. Your ego point is sacrifice. And you know what I'm getting ready to say, Pisces rising. That's doing everything for everybody isn't automatically spiritual. Just because you run around doing stuff for other people, that doesn't make it spiritual, right? Sometimes overgiving is poor boundaries that just is wearing a damn halo. That's it, right? So let's talk about, that's your ego point. It's about your sacrifice and how you're sacrificing. Doing everything for everyone, that is not automatically spiritual. That ain't making you more holier than thou. That's not making you the best person on the block. It's not doing any of that. Sometimes overgiving is a sign of poor boundaries with a halo on top. That's it. That's all we're looking at. So now, let's talk about how we can get your power rising. Pisces rising. Your power rises through sacred structure, right? A routine can be spiritual. A boundary can be spiritual. I think you know where I'm going with this, right? Going to bed early can be spiritual. Saying no, thank you can be spiritual. Finishing what you started can be spiritual. Taking care of your physical body, mind, and world, right? Can be spiritual. And taking care of the physical world gives your spiritual gifts somewhere to live. So you have to take care of your mind, Pisces rising. You have to take care of your health, Pisces rising. You have to take care of your environment, Pisces rising. You have to take care of your healthy boundaries, because this is going to give your gifts a place to live. Now, here is your miniature ritual, Pisces rising. I want you to choose one daily habit, not 12, just one. And over the course of the next 7 days, I want you to keep one promise to yourself every single day. You know, drinking your water, write the page, turning off your phone, whatever it is, it doesn't matter, right? And I want you to show yourself, because this is important, Pisces rising. When I say I'm going to take care of me, I mean it. I actually mean it. I'm going to take care of me. So there you go, Pisces rising. All right. So here we go. Now, whoo, look what just happened. All 12 rising signs, because we all have all 12 rising signs, right? We just finished. 12 different rooms. And everybody's theme is different, right? So I don't want anybody to be afraid during eclipse season. So when you see titles online that says the eclipse is going to change everything, just ask the question, who's everything? Because your chart matters. The choices you're making matters. Your awareness matters. I want you to know astrology never can replace your discernment. It gives you the language for observing yourself. It's not a divination tool, right? That's how I use it. And for those of you, let me say this, because I see we got a lot of new people in the building. For those of you who are new here, I am Ms.Blue, the Soulful Oracle. I'm a visionary psychic medium, a metaphysician, a Reiki master, a certified holistic practitioner, right? Radio host, a spiritual teacher, and I have for more than 2 decades explored and been teaching consciousness, intuition, energy, and expansion. Yeah, right? But underneath all of those titles, my work always comes home to one thing, and that is know yourself. Know who you are, right? Because spiritual is who we are. We are spiritual beings. That's who we are. Expansion is what we do with the essence of knowing who we are. That's why we're on a journey of expansion. And so, if this eclipse is showing you that you're ready for some sort of additional support, or you're ready to dive into the work a little deeper, 2 things I want to tell you about: CO2, H2O. The fire alchemy is available. It's available in my stand store. And many of you have purchased it over the years. It is nothing new, but it is something true, right? It's available in my stand store. If you want to work on things like your confidence and moving your energy forward and courage and tapping into your inner flame, your inner passion, your inner fire, working with the element of your heart chakra, all of that energy, that's what the fire alchemy does. And then also the higher self activation. And I know many of you have this now. If you have the higher self activation, you guys, let me know. Type higher self in the chat. If you have the higher self activation, this is excellent for the time of the eclipse to work with this. If you have any kind of issues around your first family, your inner child, mother issues, father issues, balancing out your masculine and feminine energy within you, wanting to reconnect and hear your higher self. All of that is connected in this work with the higher self. It's about reconnecting with the deeper level of yourself. And many of you guys have had that. Also, I want to remind you that we have the hit code coming up. It's going to be a 6-week experience for those who are ready to move beyond insight and into intentional creation and expansion, right? So don't grab something because you're afraid. I want you to work with this because it genuinely is speaking to you. And so you guys, the link is in the chat, but you can also find it in the show notes here on my Stand Store as well. Now, I said I was going to read some stuff out of here because there is a major transit that is happening. And I want to read this to you guys. This planetary triad that's happening, because this is how in the archetypal universe, the Ren Butler's book, and I've had this book for years, he kind of explains this energy here. And I've been seeing little sparks of this come up. So I want to read this interpretation because this really sums it up. And he says, and this is all going on during this window of the eclipse. It's actually happening now. So I want you to think about, it says, exciting and transformational friendships, deep romantic and sexual breakthroughs, powerful waves of emotion, which heals one's ability to love, a wild and primal beauty. He talks about that. Manic and social restlessness. These are the things that can be happening. Unrealistic and fantastical needs for freedom in one's relationships. So it's a lot of people who are seeking freedom within their relationships. Extreme romantic ideas and expectation. People are having these wild and extreme expectations when it comes to their relationships. What else he says? When they're in romance, right? Unwise or forbidden or temptations or unbridled addictions when it comes to intimacy, manic and proximity and craving for unusual, intimate relationships, destructive triangles, and quadrangular situations, unchecked acting out, of different kind of intimate relation themes in life, exhibitionists, pushing to the extreme. And then he goes on to say, a wild and primal beauty, electric, sexual charisma and sparkle, a residence with intense bright colors, impression or outrageous forms of eccentricity. Wow. Okay. Relationship, death and rebirth, explosion, opening of the heart chakra, relationships in which people support each other in facing and overcoming efforts of past trauma, Powerful waves of emotion which heals one abilities to love. Polyandra and open marriages. Wow, it's going to be a lot going on. A lot of ecstasy, good nature, intimate, and comedic acts. So, if you guys don't know, this is kind of like a book with channels, but he also is a teacher to teach about these energies of what these planets can be invoking. And all of that being said, especially when it comes to those of you who are in the business of exploring, you want to be mindful of these things during this particular time of this window. So if you're having these extreme fantasies and you're in relationship, you want to make sure that you ground your energy and you approach this in a responsible way. Because as we get a little further, we're going to see a flip side of this energy that is happening. Yeah, Lola. A flip side of this energy is going to come out when we come on the other side of the eclipse. And it could cause a disruption in a relationship because of some of these things that are done or expressed or at this particular time. And so I wanted to bring that in because this energy, when I was looking at the astrology chart, it was bringing a lot of heavy sort of sexual energy, life force energy in. And you want to make sure that you're using this in a powerful way. And I know there's a lot of people. In fact, we even talked about that. Yeah. Right. And that is exactly what I was going to say. We actually talked about this in the 888 activation, and Dream and D-Ray spoke about this. So for those of you who signed up for the Lionsgate activation, they talked about this in a responsible way to really help you channel this energy correctly. And so this is how you have to make sure you're connecting with this energy. It's a powerful energy, and make sure that you're connecting with this because this is the same energy. I'll tell you guys my take on it. There's only energy. We quantify energy as sexual, as healing, as this or that or that. Energy is energy. But how you process that energy through your own psyche, through your own physical body, and your understanding of that energy within yourself, it has nothing to do with the other person, but within yourself is where a lot of people fall short, is they start translating everything into being just that co-creation energy. And that's not the case. You can use co-creation energy for all kinds of things, for manifestation, for transformation, for healing, for all kinds of things. In fact, one of not the, I don't want to say lowest and lowest, but I'll say in the more primal way of using this energy. The primal way of using this energy is only through sexual energy. That is the primal way of using this energy. And if we look around, remember what I told y'all, fires, we want to pay attention to our children around this particular things because it's going to be those inappropriate things and issues. These things are coming to surface, as well as people who have exploited this kind of energy. We're going to see some cases of these energies coming out as well. So this is it. It's a lot of Kundalini energy that's moving on the planet. We should be using it responsibly. And that has been the downfall of humanity. And I wish I could just say, no, I don't. I don't wish. Let me take that back. I don't wish I could just say it's only men. It's not only men. Women are doing it too. And a lot of times for a different reason. So one of the things I will tell you is don't put yourself in a compromising position for the sake of love, for the sake of being seen, for the sake of being liked, for the sake of showing some sort of kindness. A lot of times we want to talk about what the brothers are doing and what they are doing and how they are doing these things. And I'm not saying that's not real, but I'm also saying that you're in the same boat if you're doing it out of some lack of loving yourself, out of some lack of needing to be picked or needing to be seen. And we have to make sure, both men and women, brothers and sisters, that we are really taking good care of ourselves, learning how to love ourselves, coming into these commitments, making sexual decisions, and we are doing it from a whole place, not from a split or dilapidated place, right? And then when you're the one who knows, you need to be responsible. You need not be in the presence of someone who is teaching you or is serving you, is helping you with something. Sometimes we fall in love based on admiration, has nothing to do with really a connection. And we have to make sure we understand that. And I know many of you understand it. I know you get it. I know you do. I know you do. You say all of that because you done been exposed to it. And I'm not here to point the finger at anybody. I'm here for us to rise above all of these things so we can begin to start loving ourselves and taking greater care of ourselves. It doesn't excuse people's behavior. It doesn't excuse our own behavior. But we have more power in our own lives than we think. And we need to learn how to stop giving our powers away. And I just want to say that particularly because I know I got a lot of young sisters here. And I'm not talking young in age. I'm talking about young up in here. That you don't fall susceptible to this over these next couple of weeks. Because this energy is high. Yeah. Brothers, take a note. But sisters, we need to take a bigger note. Because I feel like it's going to be some major cases. I don't think with any of us, because if you're here, you're definitely doing the work. But we're going to see these situations and they're going to come out and it's going to be some big case that people are just going to be in shock and awe. And we've had many of them, from the Diddy's to the R. Kellys. We can go on and on. It's many of them. And there's going to be some more. And I'm speaking of that because I know the community I'm speaking with, and I know the people who are here. So we have to make sure that we are being responsible. I'm for playing all day, every day. I like it. I love it, right? But when it comes to being about your business and taking care of you, be about your business and take care of you. Because one thing you will never be able to get back, and that is the choices you made. And so if you did not if you are not conscious and aware of the choices you're making for yourself, and you're making these choices based off of you think what you're going to get out of the situation, whether that's love, affection, whether that's attention, whether that's support, whether that's health, I'm telling you, it is not worth it. I said I wasn't going to say this, but I feel like I need to tell all of you all the things that I'm picking up. One of the things that I seen, and it was so very disturbing, and I'm going to tell you that. So if you're sensitive, I'm going to tell you right now, just exit, just leave. If you sensitive, this ain't for you. If you grown and you want to be about your business, then stay right here. But one of the things that I seen is that you want to make sure that you are making responsible choices, especially when it comes to being intimate. Because this window, and I don't have all the answers, it's a channel I seen. Just like I told y'all, I knew I had to come on to talk about the earthquakes, the volcanoes, the floods, and everything that was coming to upgrade you from the what's that thing? From the prediction show I did. I said I needed to come on. I should have been came on, but I didn't right? And that's on me. But I'm glad I came on. So some of the people in Colombia that listened to the show could have been warned. They already had a heads up and said, thank you, Miss Blue, and let me know that their families and they are okay, because they kind of knew it was coming. But I want to tell you guys this, and I kind of tousled with this, but I'm going to say it in the hopes, take what is for you, and I promise you, leave everything. According to the world of YouTube, all this shit is allegedly an entertainment only. Okay? So take what resonates. And I want to put this disclaimer. You absolutely, positively never, ever, ever have to do anything that Miss Blue tells you. Never feel like you have to. Listen or do anything. So here's the thing. One of the things that came up is over the course of these next 4 months, and I'm not saying it can happen anytime, but there's going to be a heightened thing in sexual transmitted, and I'm talking about the big H and the big I and the big V. This is not the time to be promiscuous and not protect yourself. This is the only protection I will tell you. And we know about that protection. And I'm going to tell you how I know. I had a situation 15, 16, 17 years ago where there was an individual who came on the show, and I'm not going to mention no names, and those who know, please don't mention any names, because it's not about this person. But when this situation came back up to me, there was a young person, kind of young, came to me and was telling me about this situation. He was having intimate relationships with this girl. So it was a boy and a girl, man and a woman situation, because they wasn't boys and girls. They were men and women. And I kept telling him what was going on. And he kept saying he didn't either believe it or he didn't want to hear what I had to say. And I got so frustrated, and I really wish I hadn't got that frustrated, but I got so frustrated. I said, if you don't stop, I'm going to tell you the truth. And he literally said, go ahead. I want to know. You can say it. I said, no, because this is not something. I'm a big respecter of people's privacy. I'm not here to put you on blast, and I'm not shock radio. I'm not trying to shock you into being. I don't think we need that, right? But he kept going on and on. I don't care. I don't care what it is. Say it out loud. Say it out loud. And some of y'all might have been there to witness this live. Say it out loud, Ms. Blue. Go ahead and tell everybody. I don't care. I said, if you don't stop and you keep messing with this person, you are going to get something that you might not be able to get rid of. And he said, what? I said, if you don't stop, you're going to get something that you might not be able to get rid of. I said, and he said, well, what does that mean? What does that mean? I said, that means you may get a sexually transmitted disease. Talk about go viral. That went viral, right? Because here is some person that this woman, is telling him, this is what I'm picking up from him. You remember that? See, some of y'all were there. And I said, if I'm wrong, I will shut this show down and I will never, ever do another show again a day in my life. I said, but here's the thing. You come back and you make sure you go to the doctor. Oh, wait, I'm forgetting. I told him he already had it. I said, if you go to the doctor and the doctor tells you that you have a clean bill of health and you bring that back and send that to me, I will shut this show down. I said, right now you have something you can get rid of, but if you keep messing with her, You're going to get something you can't get rid of. He came back 2 weeks later. And guess what? He did have something. He did. And when that flashed back in my mind, when I got that channel, I tussled with it. Because see, back then, I wasn't on camera. I'm on camera now. And so, see, a lot of these unbelievable stories that you guys have been hearing about me predicting, I don't know what anybody else has been doing. I know I'm not the only one, but I will tell you, I'm not going to tell you something that I didn't get. I'm not here for my own ego trip. I don't do that. It's a lot of things I don't disclose for very good reason. But here, I feel like somebody who's coming across this message or someone who's coming across this message knows someone who they need to give this message to let them know. Be safe in all things that you do. And I'm not talking about praying for protection. You don't need protection. When I tell you about being safe, it's about staying within your own awareness. Your biggest protection is you loving yourself. That's why I'm so big on self-love. See, a lot of people in this week and next week, they're going to be going through what they call the dark night of the soul because no one has told them about self-love is the new shadow work. Some of you right here, you may be new. You might be getting ready to prepare yourself willingly to go through the dark night of the soul. You don't have to destroy yourself to elevate, to heal. You don't. Self-love, learning how to love yourself, that is the greatest healing in the world. That's the greatest medicine, the greatest power, the greatest protection, the greatest spiritual transformation. Self-love. So that's the last thing. And the whole time while I was going through all of the signs, and I'm going to speak to that because someone said nasty woman's disease. That's a lie. There's no such thing as a nasty woman's disease. But this is what society has programmed people to think. And now we have a woman saying it. Nasty woman's disease. No such thing. No such thing. No such thing. No such thing. There's no such thing as a man nasty disease. No such thing as a woman nasty disease. Nasty people, yes. Nasty woman, no such thing. But it's real easy because that propaganda has been pushed. It's the woman's fault. She's the nasty one. Please, let us all educate and wake ourselves up. And no shade to the sister who said it. I just want you to get the facts. Not from me, but do your own research. Because there's no such thing as a nasty woman's disease. No such thing. Right? No such thing. But that's what the world wants you to think. And I know this could go somewhere else real fast. Real fast. But we don't have enough time to talk about that. But I do want to tell you guys that. And here's another thing. I mentioned it in my last show, and that was, I mentioned it in my last show, and that is, this isn't the time to break the law. It's not. There's a big karma flip with this eclipse. And I want you to know that's not nothing to be afraid of. That is actually something, if you're doing the work, you want to embrace. Eclipses show us things about ourselves, about the world, about people we are in relationship with, we're in connection with, that we didn't know. Either we were turning a blind eye, or either we were distracting ourselves and pretending, or we were ignoring it, or we were totally unaware. And so the eclipse is there to get you to pause, to show you something that you didn't know before. And that's for everyone. Like, no one gets excuse of that. Not me, not you, not your mama, not your daddy. Don't care how many books you done read. Don't care how much you studied. None of that matters. Okay? It's going to show you something. Now, what you do with it, that's up to you. That's up to you. Some people go through eclipse season and don't change anything. And their life continues on that path. But I guarantee you, whether the person is aware of an eclipse or not, if they're a person doing their internal work, something about them is going to change. Something is going to expand. Something is going to evolve. Right? Oh, the show I mentioned about the glass breaking was the last show. Yeah. So I want you all to know, I'm going to get ready to get out of here, but I wanted to come on because I knew the eclipse was coming. I'm so excited. I think we've reached kind of a high. We haven't reached this high in a while. 496 likes, almost 500 likes. It would be beautiful to get 500 likes before we get out of here. I'm so grateful, all of you guys. Maybe my camera eclipsed me, because my camera said, we're not, when you get those high cameras, they'll kind of blur your background. I kind of like the blurred background. When I came on camera, it said, boop, no more blurred background. Let them see you for real. Let them see all of you. Let them see all of you. You guys see my little Sphinx I got. I told the story about when my father passed away, and I went and was in Philadelphia, and I went to the Penn Museum, and I spent time by myself with the Sphinx. You guys get to see my Sphinx. I got a lot of stuff all over the place, all back here. I don't know if y'all can see my little, let me see which way I got to go. Y'all see my little table back there. Can y'all see that? Y'all see the little table? See my little Buddha there. See my little heart kisses, my lips up there. Y'all see that? See all of my books, see my Egyptian stuff over there. Y'all can see some of that. Can't see all of it, but yeah, it just said boop. It said boop. Nope, not today. 522. What? Say word. Oh my goodness. We got to keep this, because apparently y'all like this. I was trying to blur all of that out. See all of that. But yeah, so let's have a good eclipse. Save this show. Come back to this show. let's keep the comments going. Let's talk about it. Keep trusting yourself. We're not out here doing any freaky deaky thing and not protecting ourselves. Whatever you do is your business. Someone said, thank you, Ms.Blue. I still want your oracle tag. Saying, yes, see, that's one of my things. Hey, C Diggs. I ain't seen you in a minute. I'm working on it. You know, this is one of the things. Thank you for that, Sunflower Soul. Thank you. Anubis said we moving on up. Yeah. So I literally was going to not do the show because I couldn't get my camera right. I tell you all this because I would have never thought it could look like this. To me, it just looks, I don't know. I get in my head when it comes to my OCD stuff. And I'm like, nah, it's all over the place. Listen, so what? We can be all over the place. But one thing I don't want you to do is to forget about loving you and loving yourself through the process of all of these things that we are going through, we're growing through, we're moving through, you know? Will I do aura readings again? Yes. Because I love that. I love being creative. And I love that y'all love that I get on there and I get to scribble because I'm always scribbling. Always. I'm always scribbling. I got a whole pile of papers from sessions of last week that I'm scribbling down there. I'm always scribbling. Thank you guys. I'm grateful for you guys too. You know, this is very eclipsing. Yeah, it is. So yeah. But I wanted to tell you guys that was heavy on my heart. I didn't know how y'all was going to receive that and how I was going to get it out. Because I kind of tossed and turned and said, nah, I don't need to tell them. No, I need to tell y'all that. Because maybe someone that you're working with, come in contact with, or something that's going on, you can begin to spread that message along. I really see all of you guys like teachers like myself. And I know that you're holding space for your own work that you're doing in the world. And I hold you all to that. And maybe that's not fair all the time, but I hold you all to that same standard that I hold myself to. I value you the same way I value myself. And sometimes I know y'all be like, well, she talking to me like, yeah, I'm talking to you like you better know who you are. Because you better know who you are. Don't play with you. Don't play with yourself. Do not play with you. Please don't play with you. Okay? So anywho, it's been almost 3 hours. And I'm about to go because I got a lot of things I got to do, right? Because I don't know about you all, and y'all let me know, but I've been feeling this eclipse energy, things that I'm going to release, things that I need to stop doing. You are so welcome. Thank you. Things I'm going to stop doing, things I need to do different. You know, mine, I'm a Libra rising, so it's in that area with everything to do with you guys. How I'm showing up, why I'm showing up, how I'm showing up, all of that. Just watch YouTube of certified OBGYN saying it's a new strand. Say word. Say word, you guys. Oh my goodness. Okay, gotta watch the skin to skin. Okay, love you too, New Diamond. Love you too. Thank you. I didn't know that, but I'm telling you, that channel came in so strong, and I just was like, I don't ever want to use fear. And so sometimes I think that's kind of my kryptonite. Like I kind of am so against fear because I've spent a lot of my life in fear, and once I got out and recognized the soul freedom I have, that's the core of what I teach. That sometimes I stay away from those subjects that I know can come across as fearful, if that makes sense to you guys. But I promise you, I'm not going to stay away from them anymore. I'm not. So y'all will get to hear it. I always tell y'all both sides, but I try to, doctor up that other side. I'm still going to try to raise the vibration of it, because some of this stuff is some of this stuff is some dark stuff that is happening. And I know that we need to be aware and not, what's the word I'm looking for? We need to be aware. I don't need to do a 3-hour show on trauma that's happening on the planet. We're all aware of the trauma. I better use my energy to help you raise your frequency and expansion and tap into your multisensory abilities so you can use your discernment and you can navigate your ass around the shit. How about that? That's the way I've always taught. I've always taught that way. I've always taught that way because it's just so much fear, and I get it. I remember one time somebody told me, and I'm talking too much, and I think that's what it told me not to do, but I'm talking too much. And I remember, why do black witches never get married? I don't know. You probably got to go find a black witch and ask. Find a black witch and go ask why they don't get married. I can't answer the question. I can't answer that question about why black witches don't get married. See, it's stuff like that. Because y'all know I can drip fire. I can drip a whole lot of fire. I can drip a whole lot of fire. But so much of how we've been programmed, how they have pit us against each other, male against female, I'll be honest with you, I don't see a lot of it in my life. I have some incredible, badass, amazing, powerful brothers that I am connected with. And I'm never going to back down on that. I ain't never going to back down on that. I got some, listen, I don't have that kind of experience. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist, and it doesn't mean that. But in my life, when it comes to me as a woman, me as a sister, I got some ride or dies. I got some heavy hitters. I got some big shooters. I got invisible shooters in the back. All kinds of schools of thought, all walks of faith. Some brothers that are 10 out of 10 would recommend and have recommended 100 times over. I have. I got them. I got them in my lives. I have relationships with them. I am connected to them. They are in my family, my bloodline family. They are in my soul family. They are here in the room tonight. I don't have those kind of issues. And I don't pander to them. You understand? Because that's what they want you to do. They want you to pander to that shit. And so if we get enough people talking about it on the internet, because in case y'all didn't know, if it happens on the internet, it has to be the truth. And so you have these young sisters, old sisters, hurt sisters, sick sisters who maybe is looking for something better, and they happen to click on your video, and here you are talking about some negative shit. What? When you can say something different out your mouth. And I'm not telling you to make up something. I'm talking about you to speak truth to power, because that's what we're supposed to be doing. I don't have that. When it comes to sisters, I don't have that issue. Because all of those issues, whether they were brothers or whether they are sisters, they not here no more. I don't have that issue. I kept it moving, right? I moved on. And listen, It's not even about hating nobody. It's about, listen, we're all growing. We're all growing. We're all learning. You understand? Imagine if somebody just put a microscope on your ass and watched you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I guarantee you, you'll either start moving different or your ass is going to get seen in a very crazy ass way. And see, that's what's happening to a lot of people in social media. See, we forgot Michael Jackson, and I did a show on this years ago, already said he was coming back to take Hollywood down. And he came back and he destroyed. Hollywood is over. And hear me. I'm talking about that hierarchy that we understood Hollywood to be. That's over, baby. That's been gone. I'm not talking about the actors and actresses. And here's another thing we got to do. We got to stop lumping people into boxes. As spiritual beings on the planet that have raised our consciousness, we got to stop talking about people just because they do a particular job or work that it makes them something. Because I deal with a lot of stars and celebrities and a lot, some of them is more conscious than y'all ass, quiet as it's kept. That's facts. So we got to stop doing to other people what we don't like them doing to us. We don't like. So that little comment about why black witches never are married. I can't answer that. I don't know what dimension you came from, where you riding at. But the only thing I'm going to tell you is come on over here, get into a higher frequency. Because right now you just skimming on the outside. You understand? You looking in. It's like, you know, when you were a little child and you go window shopping, you go by the toy store and you just looking in and you see all the kids playing with the toys and you see the toys moving in the window. You really don't know how that damn toy really work. So you on the outside. You on the outside. You're on the outside, but you don't realize you have the power. Because if you want to be married, my brother, to a black witch, bring your ass on the inside. And then you can start talking about who got married and who didn't get married. See, that's the kind of twisted thinking. And I'm not calling this person twisted. But I'm saying that's being pushed on the internet, that everybody is against the black woman. And I'm not going to hold you. At one time, I kind of fell for it. But then I had to honestly ask myself the question, look at your life, Blue. Look at your life. Look at your life. That's not your experience. And that's not to discount people who are having that experience. But it's to let you know that there are multiple ways to experience. So I don't have that problem. I don't have that problem with sisters. And I don't have that problem with brothers. I don't have that problems. I got beautiful, amazing, powerful, badass to the bone sisters that are heavy hitters that ride for me and I ride for them. And they are right here in this room. I got many of them, and some of them are silent. Some of them work in other professions and other fields. Some of them may come through every 5 years, but they there. If I pick up the phone, if I send an email, if I make a call, if I cough, they gonna come. They gonna come. And they coming from all different angles, and I do the same thing. See, time is over for these superficial relationships that are dependent upon you doing what somebody else wants you to do. Or, you know, these people who want to smile, they want to play in your face. They want to act like they like you, but secretly they hate your ass. That's over. All of that is over. It's over. So sometimes, right, people will come back through because they want to test where you are, and they'll throw out a name. They'll throw out some kind of trigger, but ain't no triggers over here, baby. I'm a straight shooter and always have been. I'm a straight shooter. Ain't no triggers over here. No triggers. But I'm going to tell you, but you might not like it when I tell you what you think you asking for. So you might want to think about it. If you don't really want to know, you might want to let it stay where it is. You might want to let it stay where it is. You might not want the truth. You know how they say, you can't handle the truth. You might not want the truth. Yeah. But this is where we are. So we don't do that over here. Everybody over here, we copacetic. And it don't matter what skin color you are, because we don't do that over here either. We are judging you by this, baby, by your frequency. If you got the right frequency, oh, you in here. You in here. You can come in here. We got people from all over the world. Not because you see them, because I know, because I do sessions with them. I'm in communication with them. I'm in emails with them. I am talking to them. They are talking to me. You understand? So we ain't a black community over here. Ain't nothing wrong with a black community, but this ain't where that's at. Okay? We're not over here for that. We're not here for that. We ain't here for that. If you got the right frequency, you can be here. You can be the right color and the wrong frequency, and you can't stay here. Okay? You can't stay here because the vibration's going to make you run. The vibration is going to make you get your ass up out of here. You can't come over here with that. We don't do that here. We don't do that here. And we have compassion because a lot of y'all get away with a lot of stuff and y'all know it. We got big hearts over here, but we ain't slow and we ain't weak. So don't sleep on it. That's right. What you say, these people ain't been listening long, huh? Some of them, every now and again, this is what I keep telling y'all. Close the door behind you when you come in. Some of y'all leave that door wide open. And you know what happens when the lights go up? Everybody want to come where the light is. So some of y'all just come in. Y'all just happy to be here. You might have got invited here. You just ran on in and sat down and left the door open. You just left the door wide open. And that's okay. Because I think it's good every now and again for somebody to come in and just kind of do a little this and do a little that, do a little this. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. All you powerful women. See, let me read this. Let me see this. All you powerful women, please get the element Movalite. Please look into it. We've looked into it and talked about it. I hope you're a woman. I surely hope you ain't a man trying to tell us what we need to get. And even if you are a woman, you tell us about it. Don't tell us what we need to get. Don't tell us what we need to get. What we need to get that for. We didn't work with that. We didn't work with that crystal before. We did. Right now, we are working with the most powerful crystal on the planet. Oh, you see now. Did you leave the door open, Robin? Robin must have left the door open when she came in. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You left the door open. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Just next time, close the door behind you. Just close the door. Gio said, I'm closing the door to everyone and everything from the past to that left for a reason. That's right, because it's going to be a lot of things leaving. A lot of things. But remember, I'm not a fan of throwing people away. I'm just not. I'm not a fan. You know how sometimes people say, I went home and I just threw I had a neighbor that did that. She threw all her furniture away, her kids' beds, everything. Everything. She threw it away. And they was over there sitting on the floor. I ain't a fan of that. I'm not a fan of throwing away everything. But I am a fan of, yes, there's times when things need to be released. And not because it's broken. Not because something is wrong. Not because of that. See this? What's the best consciousness, non-toxic hair weave for us sisters to use? Oh, you a sister? Oh, interesting. You're a sister. I don't know. I think anything non-toxic is good for you. If you want to, it's anything non-toxic is good for you. But you do know that weave was something that was developed in Egypt and even before. And there's such a thing as things being toxic, like toxic people. It's a whole lot of toxic things: toxic air, toxic water, toxic love, all kinds of toxin. But there's a way that you can get things that are non-toxic. There is a way. There is a way. You can get non-toxic stuff. So I'm sure you'll find it out if that's what you're looking for. You're looking for weave and you're looking for non-toxic weave. I'm sure you'll find some to put in your hair because it exists. It exists. You can find you some weave and put it in your hair. But it's good to know that you're interested in doing that. And I don't know if anybody here has some suggestions for her. You can give her some suggestions. You can give her some. All right. I know hair is our antennas. It absolutely is. I know all about hair being antennas. I do. I really do. I know all about it. Hair is antennas. And we got hair on the largest organ on our body, which is our skin. Yeah, we got hair all over our bodies. We do. It ain't just on our heads. We got hair on our faces. We got hair everywhere. Yeah, we got hair everywhere on our bodies. Hey, Gio, tell Mama Gail, hey, yes. You can do it. So, yeah, I get it. A lot of times we can have fun because I'm a big person. I don't take myself too serious. And I understand that my spirituality doesn't require me to do anything. Okay? I don't have to do anything to be more spiritual. I don't have to do that. That doesn't require me to be more spiritual. I'm a spiritual being. Everything that I do is spiritual. You understand? Yeah. That's right. I forgot about that. That's right. You make non-toxic braiding and twisting hair from fine fibers. There you go. So there you go. They got an answer. They got an answer to the question. There you go. There's your answer right there. Antennas do point outward, and I suggest you keep letting yours point outward. Maybe, and that's a good thing you should do. You can go start you a whole YouTube channel and talk about it. I like entertaining people sometimes because really, I think a lot of times we have been rejected from a lot of places and spaces. And sometimes people don't have tolerance. I have tolerance. I don't get down with the fuckery, but I got tolerance, okay? We have compassion for people. You can come here as long as you're respectful. You're free to be yourself. It's just like in any family dynamic. Everybody know that uncle or that cousin or that person. Everybody don't have to be the same. And I don't want us to be the same. We don't always have to agree. And we don't always agree here. We don't. But we are very respectful to each other. And that's the thing. And we all come here for sort of the similar reasons. We want to connect. We want to hear something, learn something, maybe be inspired to do something or learn something completely different. This ain't that. I know this is YouTube, but this ain't that. I promise you it ain't. So you're free to be here. We not one of them. We're not scared of nobody coming in with a different opinion or idea. But disruption, nah, we're not tolerating that. But just coming in just to be yourself, that's fine. That's fine. I'm kind of quirky and weird and goofy, silly, all of those things as well too. And like I said, at the end of the day, I don't take myself too serious. I don't take myself too serious. I take myself serious, but not too serious. Okay. And I think that's the problem. We want everybody to live life on our terms. And really, what I have learned in my short time of 20 plus years of doing this work, the person I need to make sure that that understands is me. I just need to make sure I'm doing me. I don't need you to follow my rules, my regulations, to do things how you do it, because I don't give a how you live your life. That's your life. And I get to live my life. That's right. That's right. Yeah. And I'm not going to give you attention because I know you came up in here and you seen all this goodness, baby, and you just couldn't help yourself. I don't know if you're a man, a woman, a them, a they. I don't know what you are. And I'm not trying to figure it out. You get to be whoever you want to be. And I know it's hard. You come in here, you see all this light and it gets you, you lose the sense of yourself and you want a little bit of attention. You want a little bit of attention. Yeah. So we're used to it around here. We're used to it. We're used to it. We're used to it. We used to it. But yeah. So anywho, you guys, let me see. I got some stuff. Yeah, I am. Yeah. You're that way too, Tracy. Tracy said, yeah, you're quirky. Yeah, weird, funny, serious at times. That's right. That's how it should be. Yeah. That's how it should be. We not all stuffed up over here. We're not trying to give you a lesson in outdated history. I'm not trying to do that. I'm not giving you that. I'm not here for that. I'm not here to govern your soul. I'm not here to govern your mind. That's not my purpose. You don't know if I'm Jesus, Jehovah, Allah, or what kind of angel. And that's true. I don't. But I promise you, if you was Allah, oh, I'd know. You ain't no Allah. That's a fact. We can go ahead and cross Allah off. Okay. Now you might jump in that Jesus title. Okay. Because I feel a little Christ consciousness in you. You might jump in that. You might be an angel because you got a whole nother angle you bringing over here. So yeah. Now you can hold them other 3 titles, but Allah, nah, you ain't that. You ain't that. But you are an angel because you brought a whole new angle to this situation. And angels ain't nothing but a different angle, baby. We all angels. We all angels. We all angels. And it's all good. I promise you. Nobody move. Nobody get hurt. Papa Flan said, I promise you this ain't what you want. I'm telling you, because we're just gonna have fun with you. You gonna get mad at us. You gonna get mad at us because we ain't even doing none of that. You gonna get mad at us. Kathy, what you ouching about? And Brittany, what you talking about? Did you miss Aquarius rising? You ain't miss it. You heard all of that. You heard all of that. Shanika said fallen angel. No, an angel ain't nothing but an angle. Angels come in your life to show you another angle. 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 Hey, hey. What's the matter? You love my threats. I hope you do. You know, quiet as it's kept, it done ran some people off the planet. Because I don't threat. I don't make threats. I keep promises. That's the difference. I don't make threats. I keep promises. All angels ain't good. All angles ain't good. You're right. You're right. All angles ain't good. Sometimes people looking at things from an angle you don't need to be looking at it. So you're right. Those is nothing but facts. But anyway, we're just chopping it up right now, you guys. Who remembers this sticker? Do y'all remember this one? Who remember that? Y'all remember that? growing up on planet Earth? Y'all remember that? I thought I had another sticker. But listen, we're going to get ready to get out of here. One of the things I'm going to say, I love you all so much. And I thank you all for being here and being here with me. And definitely for everybody who came to the 8/8 Lionsgate activation. That was amazing. And thank you all for being here. You know, I wanted to come on and just kind of share what was happening, what was going on, you know, for this solar eclipse so we can get some insight. But I know you guys already had some insight, but just have a little bit of fun. And Oshio says somebody need a bath. I know, right? So I just want to say thank you to you guys. And I look forward to meeting the new you. The new you. On the other side, I want to know. So let's come back, share our insight, our downloads. Remember, this eclipse is a little more gentler than some of the eclipse. Some of them have been some real bugaboos. This one is more internal. It's more energetic. It's more emotional. It's more vibrational. It's more energetic, right? And it's what you do with that in your choices and your decisions going forward. That's going to be mind-blowing. That's going to be some mind-blowing shit for real. So, I know I said I'm going, and I am going to go. We got 567 likes. Don't tell me y'all don't know how to show up. Y'all know how to show up and show out. I thank you guys. Let's see if we can get the likes up to 1,000. Let's see if we can do that. After the show, make sure you come back, hype the video up, especially if it's something you connected with, as well as like and subscribe. But guess what? I got so many more downloads. I'm going to have to do a part 3. And I'm kind of sitting with it. I want y'all to be aware, but some of it don't look so good. It doesn't. And again, I want to send my love out to Colombia. And I'm glad that our soul family who is there was able to help themselves kind of prepare for what was coming, because they did get a chance to watch the show, and that they keep themselves safe. And I am sending them so much love. Yeah. And it's going to be a couple of more places and some more things I want to share with us. Some of it is good stuff. Some of it, yeah, major layoffs coming. I know I said it at the beginning of the year, but we're getting ready to get into the season of it. And anybody into cryptocurrency, this is getting ready to be big news. Big news, baby. And I'm not your financial advisor, but it's getting ready to be the hottest shit on the block. That's a fact. It's going to be some crash and burns, which we've seen that, but it's getting ready to be hot. It's getting ready to be real. It's getting ready to be that. It's getting ready to change the game. And so that 10-year window Elon was talking about, where money, there won't be money in 10 years. Scratch that. We just got to upgrade. And I already told you guys about our cell phones. It's going to be so many changes by the time we get to March, April of next year. Like literally how we use our phones. Wi-Fi is going to be a thing of the past. We are becoming universal citizens. By the way, shouts out to all my universal citizens in the building. But we are becoming universal citizens in how we communicate, how we heal, how we move forward, all kinds of things. We are becoming universal citizens. It's going to be a lot of discoveries coming up. And many of us have studied these discoveries. We have memories of these discoveries. These are going to be physical discoveries. A lot of activities out of, what do you call it? Antarctica. Lot of stuff coming out of Antarctica. More discoveries in Egypt. A big discovery in Egypt is on the horizon. A lot of activity is getting ready to take place in Turkey. I need to work on that a little bit. I don't want to put it out there because yikes. But some things in Turkey. I already talked about things in Egypt. Please go back and listen to the shows. Andromeda Rising. Thank you for that, Brittany. New York, New Jersey. Andromeda Rising. We're going to see that. And there are some no-fly days coming up. I want to say this. Everyone is free to do what they want to do. But I'm going to tell you what I'm not going to be doing on Wednesday. I'm not going to be in nobody airplane, on nobody boat. I'm not going to be on nobody. I don't want to be nowhere near none of that on that time. I am going to see if I can hone in on some dates. No, it's not Egypt, it's in America. I mean, our ancestors already kind of talked about that. I wish that was something to tell. That's not what it is. No, not that. I mean, we know the West has risen, but really they were talking about those of us who have reincarnated, because everybody who is alive on the planet has had a past life in ancient Egypt. This is why there's such a strong fascination with Egypt, no matter where you come from in the world. We have other great civilizations on the planet, and I recognize those, but the reason why everybody is so fascinated with Egypt is because all of us have had a past life there. And even go beyond that, if you want to get into Atlantis and, all of those other civilizations, that's the reason why. But that's certainly not what I'm getting ready to come back and tell you. I wish that was all that I had to say, but that's not it. What was I saying? Yeah, Kemet. Yeah, I need to get some other things. I want to kind of put my notes together, but I'm going to do another part show. That's right. We are back. We are the ancestors. Absolutely. We are the ancestors. That's right. We are. Some of you are remembering yourself. You think you studying somebody, but you're remembering yourself. And we're waking up to that. Another wave of consciousness is coming in, a huge wave. There's a lot of people waking up. I told you guys about the train. Just go back and listen to the shows. So we want to keep ourselves in high vibration, right? And we want to send love out to everyone on the planet. I think that's a real thing to do. Ecuador came up. Panama. It's a lot. It's a lot, you guys. I'm gonna get off of here because I don't want to get into that whole thing. I want you all to, and a lot of disclosure, but we love it. I mean, the aliens come see me every night. I go see them, sometimes in the daytime. Really, they're no longer out there. There are sentient beings walking amongst us, and hell, I'm half alien. Sorry. Sorry. That's just how I see it. I know I'm not from here. I chose to be here, but I know I'm not from here. I know that. If you know, you know. So, but yeah, we're gonna see a lot of things, and then plus what I told you guys about the major person in the West and things happening within the family, that kind of thing. We'll talk more about it. Some of that is not for here. It's just not. It's just not for here. Yeah, Miss Blue, would you ever hold in the spirit? Would you ever hold in the spirit realm? What do you mean hold? You mean like hold a class? I hold class in the astral realm all the time. Yeah, I hold class in the astral realm. If that's what you're asking me, I hold class in the spirit realm. Yep, yep. Elon Musk changed it to 2030 about the money being. Oh, he changed it. Yeah, he must have heard us over here talking about it. Because that's a lie. Money is irrelevant right now. Money is irrelevant. That's a lie. The gag is they're not using money anymore. They're not using money at all. They're using pure frequency. Pure frequency. Imagine if you got paid based off of how high your frequency was. How many people here would be a millionaire? Don't lie. Don't lie, because they're going to have a clock on you 24 hours a day. They're going to have a clock on you. They'll have a clock on you. How much, where would you be? How much currency would you have if it was based off your frequency? I guarantee you we would get over a whole lot of shit fast. A whole lot of stuff would not bother us, period. We would be able to move on, heal. We'd be able to transform. We'd be able to get out of unhealthy friendships, relationships. We'd be able to leave places and go on. We would listen. C. Diggs said, I'm rich. I know that's right. I know that's right. I'm rich too. I'm rich right now. I'm rich, but I promise you, I would be even richer. I would. I still am working on me. I'm not going to tell you it's all copacetic and perfect over here. I'm still growing, and I think I have some more to go. I have more to go. I don't think I would. I'd be rich, but I wouldn't be filthy rich. Not yet. Yeah. Black Mirror first season has exposed about the social rating. Oh, okay. Is that a TV show or something? I'm not familiar with it. Uh-huh. My picture has meaning and nothing to do with cash. That's right. Money is energy. I tell people, get over that. So the saying about money being useless, I'm talking about the transference of paper. Because the truth is, currency, money is God energy. So it will never be useless. But the paper money, as far as that exchange, would be different. Because money will always be relevant because it's a currency, and currency is energy, is God, is source. You can't get rid of it. It can't be destroyed. Okay? I've been using my frequency to get money lately. It's been amazing. I've always had the ability, but was afraid to use it. But now, well, that's good. Hopefully you're loving yourself. But money and frequency is two different frequencies. Money and consciousness. So you can have money and not be conscious. You can have money and not be conscious. And you can be conscious and not have money. They're not on the same exact frequency. But the hope is you would put those two together. You would get you some consciousness with your money, because getting money is not hard. That's not hard because it runs in a vibration, when we talk about the paper money, close to earth. So it's not hard. That's why it's always this tricky thing where people feel that people with money, they end up doing and exposing themselves to different types of things and doing corrupt things, because it's not hard to get money. It's not. It's not hard. And I don't say that from an arrogant place. I say that from a real place. It's not hard to make money. It's not. But to be conscious and get money, that's a challenge. And not even the money part, the conscious part, the expansion in your awareness. Yeah. Okay, you have both. Okay, good. As long as you got both. If you got both, because if you have consciousness, awareness, let's not say consciousness, that's a tricky word. I heard that's a trigger word on the planet Earth. If you have expansion in your mind, then you can have money. But no expansion, then money is going to come and it's going to leave. It's going to be very karmic. One time you'll have a lot and then you'll be struggling. That's how you know you need to expand your consciousness. Expand your consciousness. So that's the difference. But, and I'm not saying that for somebody here like, oh, I don't have money, Ms.Blue. No, I'm not saying that. What I'm telling you, expand your awareness of yourself, because your bank account and how far and how much money you can hold is in you. It's not outside of you. It's not outside of you. So, ooh, are we going to get to 600? Let's hit those like buttons because we got 369 in this piece. Speaking of which, I got to go over and show some love to my All About Frequency 369 channel. I know they think I abandoned them, but I didn't. I got to get over there. I love hearing this while I'm taking a spiritual bath. You know, y'all kill me. Now y'all want people, you know, the last person that was over here bragging about taking spiritual bath while doing work. I don't want to tell you how that went down. I don't want to tell you how that story ended. Yeah. But anyway, I'm glad that you're getting some knowledge while you're over there taking a spiritual bath, right? Because every time I bathe, it's spiritual. You see how that works? Y'all see how that works? Every time. When I wash my hands, I'm doing something spiritual. Your face card is the money now. Really? Really? Because they're going to make us start doing everything digital. Ch-ch, 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 ch-ch. 20 billion. Thank you. 20 billion. Thank you. Face card. Yeah. Yeah. You said I did the hard part for today, so I'm relaxing. Yes, please relax. Please relax. 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 We need to relax. And I'm gonna get off of here because I gotta go back and listen to. Oh, we are a few people from 600. Let's get these likes up. We got to let this eclipse energy know that I'm listening. Hey, who's that? Quanny Poo? Well, I do use my face for Apple Pay. Do you? I'm an Apple girl. Don't get me wrong. I love my Apple devices because they communicate with each other and I can be technology challenged. We at 600, y'all. I love it. But I don't use Apple Pay. Oh, did I tell y'all to watch out for scams? Did I tell y'all to watch out for bank account scams? Did I tell y'all that in the last share? Who are you as a person in the new money? I'm still me. Shit, I make money. Money don't make me. I'm me. That's who I am. They finally recognizing me for who I am. I'm me. That's who I am. I'm still me. Yeah. But scams, y'all. Be careful of the emails you click on. Be careful of links you click on. If you love the people in your life, don't send them a link. Don't send them a link. Don't click on a link, right click it, copy it, put it in a private browser if you think it's something. But yes, you heard about the bank scam. Yes, these bank scams. Wait, can I tell y'all something? Let me just take y'all into the future. Let me just take y'all into the future. It's going to be a lot of banks closing. And we're going to see major banks closing this year. Banks, banks, banks are closing. Banks are closing. Banks are closing. Yep. Banks are going to be closing. Yeah. They're going to be closing. And I'm going to tell you, I seen it in the vision. Now, y'all don't laugh at this vision. I was in H-E-B shopping, and the Monopoly car came by. And the bank was there, and the little guy went to go to the bank, and he couldn't open it, and it had a sign that said closed. And then I seen the whole channel come in. Banks are closing. A lot of banks are closing. Yeah. They're closing. Yep, they're shutting down. They're shutting down because, and I said this in the last video of the channel, because there are countries that's calling their money back home. And I seen a red sun. Y'all know who the red sun is, right? And I seen these people dancing in the street. They were like having a party. And they were throwing up money. So, yeah. I could be wrong. It could be a little further out. But yeah. 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 Will things go back into the community? Actually, yes, they will go back into the community. In fact, remember I told you guys there's going to be a rise in restaurants, like it's going to be more family, more community. And we're seeing that people are cooking out of their homes. They're cooking out of, yes, I talked about it in the last show, Gio. It's Japan. That's the red sun. But you guys go back and listen to the prediction show. And I did this on my prediction show and I talked about it. Listen to both of them. The one at the beginning, at the end of 2025, and listen to the one I just did the other day. But that's all in the prediction show. I'm just reiterating this because we're getting closer and closer to the time that this is happening. But yeah, so it's a lot of changes that is happening when it comes to restaurants. A lot of restaurants, chain restaurants shutting down. Your favorite restaurant is going to be in somebody's house or in someone's neighborhood. We're going to be going back to that. We're going to be going back to where your doctor lives next door. And that's where everybody goes. Hospitals shutting down even more than they already have. They are going to be shutting down. In fact, there's going to be other mandates that you don't go to the hospital unless it is a life or death situation. That's how you go to the hospital. That's how you go. So this is why I tell you guys, there's going to be tighter regulation that is happening on naturopathic healing, because this is where we're moving. I came into this work 20 years ago, and I shared my vision year after year after year that soon on your wherever you're working, because we're all going to be independent agents. Everybody's going to be a contractor. Everybody's going to get a, what's that, a 1099? Everybody going to get a 1099. Very few people will be corporate or company employees. We're going to be contractors. Contractors. So you're going to work on a job, and as a part of that, your health care, your gym membership, your naturopathic doctor, your supplements, which there's companies already doing this, but it's going to be more widespread. Your grocery bills, your astrology reading that you can get twice. It's going to be like the dental plan. You can get astrology reading at the beginning of the year. You can get one on your birthday. And as the year, and the company will pay for it. You're going to be able to get energy healing. And so hospitals are going to start shutting down because they're going to transform into healing centers. Many of you have had visions for years. You wanted to open up a holistic healing center, but many of you, we haven't had the resources or the monies to do it. This is what hospitals are going to turn into. They're going to turn into healing centers. So when you first come in, you're going to have an oracle sitting at the desk. Ms.Blue, you're going to greet you. I'm going to sit down. I'm going to scan your body. I'm going to read you. I'm going to put all your information in. Then you're going to go back. And instead of them trying to give you a pill or giving you some medicine, because it's still going to be a place for that, let us not be foolish. Let us not be foolish. Let us not be foolish, okay? We need all medicine on the planet. It may not be for you and it may not be for me, but we cannot be foolish to think it is only one way. There are some people in your family right now that are only still here healthy and surviving because of Western medicine. Has it caused a lot of damage? Absolutely. But so has holistic medicine without the right care, education, and support. We cannot. I am a healer. And as a healer, let me tell you something. I don't care how you heal. My job is just to help you heal. I don't care which road you take. You could take this, you could get with this, or you could get with that. All I care is that you get the results that your soul wants you to get, period. I've seen people take themselves out going too far this way and going too far this way. They have taken themselves out of here. So that's my truth on it. But these hospitals are going to turn into healing centers. And we are even going to come into a time, and I spoke about this years ago, and what I spoke about, I gotta read this, is that where medicine would start to heal and not start to destroy. And we're already seeing that. So there's going to be a big transformational time, right? That people are going to start healing. They're already doing it. Look at the brother, sickle cell anemia. That's Western medicine that has healed that sickle cell, right? We're seeing different things. And even though there are naturopathic and holistic ways to heal yourself, we don't know, you don't know what that soul came back to experience. And everybody didn't come back to experience the same way. So please get out of that. Okay? Please get out of that. We have to get out of that. I'm not saying don't be aware, because we know it's a lot of junk gunk out there. And it may not be for you, but it might be for the next person. And so sometimes people are shocked when they would come to me over the years and I would say, I would recommend you get the surgery. Yeah. If you still want to be here. because the internal work that it takes, we talk that talk, but everybody ain't about that. And everybody didn't come back for that experience. Okay. So that's my stance on it. Use everything here. I don't care what it is. Everything here to do what you need to do. Everything here to do what you need to do to heal. But what is going to happen, and this is where, because somebody mentioned it, the price is going to go down. So all of these astrological absurd charges, you take an aspirin in the hospital, they charging you $800. Oh, that shit is over. All of that is over. They might as well get a job on TikTok dancing because it's over. That's probably why people are dancing on TikTok, making millions of dollars, because the way that we used to live is over. Everyone is a sovereign being. I told you guys about 6 years ago, everybody being born is going to be an entrepreneur. And not in this sense, in the sense that you will use your internal gifts and your talents. Here's the last thing, and I'm going to get my behind off of here because I've been going for a minute. It's already 613 likes. Let's keep it going. Keep sharing. I got to talk about school. Where are my teachers, my educators? Because we are in for a rude awakening in the West for this school system. I would not be surprised if they do not half-end school systems in some states, because many teachers are not coming back. Let me tell you how I know. I was in a vision. Spirit took me in an auditorium, and it was a room full of teachers. And so I started talking to people because I was like, well, I don't see anybody I know. So what kind of teachers is this? And one lady was like, oh, I teach 5th grade. Oh, I teach 7th grade. Oh, I teach kindergarten. Oh, I teach preschool. And I said, these are educators. These are educators. Wait a minute. These were all teachers, and they were all in this auditorium. Every single one of them, all of these teachers. And I was sitting there. And while I was sitting there, they looked at all of these teachers and asked the teachers to raise their hand if they were ready for the school systems to close. And they all raised their hand, and more than half of the gymnasium walked out. I talked about this years ago, and I know you guys know the school system is failing, right? It's been failing. It's not nothing new. But there's a difference between something failing and something closing. We're in the closing stage. What has got to happen? Many people have moved to homeschooling. You're right, C. Diggs. And I have a whole bunch of educators that are priestess that work with me over the years. And we've been talking about this for years and preparing for this time. Okay? Preparing for this time. What's getting ready to happen is our whole education system in the West is going to be revamped. It's going to be revamped, and they're going to start teaching in a very different way. They're going to be teaching based on talents, trades, and skills. You heard me. That's what they're going to be teaching. So you will go to school, and it's going to be like it was back in the day. This child has an interest in building something. They're going to cultivate the child's talent in whatever area that is. That's going to determine what school he went to, what school she goes to, what she does, for as long as that's what they want. We're going to go back to the trade school. See, when I was in school in New York, depending on, you had to take a test. And depending on what skill you were going for, if you wanted to be a lawyer, you went to John Day Dewey. If you wanted to be a secretary or a nurse, you went to Clara Barton. You know, if you wanted to sing, dance, and be in that, you went to the famous Fame High School downtown. You went to school based on what you seen yourself showing up like in the world. And so that's going to trickle down into our universities. And our universities are going to start to go back to trade school, right? Because believe it or not, we have entered into a new renaissance. And this new renaissance for the West, we are way behind. I want y'all to know that we have more bridges falling in the West than anywhere in the world. And it's because we don't have the people with the knowledge to build them back fast enough. We don't. All of these buildings that are falling down all over the world, the people who built these structures, they not here no more. Where are the master masons? They're not here. They're getting ready to be born. But see, they're coming in with a whole new level of blueprints. But watch what I'm telling you this school season. This school season is going to change. And the school season is going to change the work season. And so we're going to actually go to what I've been wishing for a long time. Full time going to be 4 to 6 hours. You full time, baby. You get all your benefits. You come to work for 4 hours. You're going to be the happiest damn camper in the world for whatever job you decide to give 4 hours to. They're going to get the highest productivity. Our productivity level is getting ready to go up. Our creativity level is getting ready to skyrocket because people will have the freedom to move around and do the things that they want and not feel like this job is sucking the life out of me. They're going to go to school. They're going to go to work for 4 hours. That's going to be their whole full-time job. Soon people will start to complain about 4 hours. Girl, I got to work 4 hours today. They're going to work for 4 hours. You're going to get your full paycheck. You're going to get your full benefits. You're going to get all of that. Because when the school system change, all kinds of things. And here's a lie they want you to believe. They want you to believe that people ain't having babies. It's a lot of y'all pregnant right now. It's a baby boom coming. They already done told us that we got way too many people on the planet. Way too many people on the planet. Okay? There's baby booms coming. And these new souls that are coming in, they coming in with a new blueprint. A totally different blueprint. And so what that means for all of us that is still here, that means that we have a new blueprint coming for us. All of us. We're here. We may be doing this work right now, but I guarantee you a year from now, you're going to have something else going on. You're going to do this, but you got some other stuff that's going on. And I'm excited for it, for all of us, because we're in that space. So schools are going to be closing. I talked about this some months ago from my first predictions channel, and so many schools are closing. They closing, like they gone. They're no longer there. Okay? And so that homeschool is that bridge. But what's getting ready to happen, that is till the rebuild come. So for those of you who got the mind, you've got the download, you know how to build a school, you want to work with, this is your chance to really be about what you say you're about. That's what the Renaissance is about. We are in the Medici effect. Our creativeness is coming. See, but we had to flush out all ancient creativity. There's a new, a new dimension of creativity in every area of life that you're thinking. This is why you cannot get stuck into these old systems, because there's a new wave that is here, right? That is coming in. And it's not going to be nothing that these books, that we got all these books, all of that is going to be really entertainment. Not that it didn't matter, not that it never worked, is that we're in a whole nother vibration, a whole nother frequency, a whole nother energy. And that's not going to work the same anymore. more. It's not going to work the same anymore. It's not going to work the same. So pay attention to your dreams, pay attention to your downloads, not for you to rush them, but for you to note them so you can understand. Because right now we are getting new orders, right, from our higher self. You are getting new instructions from God, universe, from the Most High. There are new instructions coming on. And this eclipse is giving you that window so you can see shit for what it really is. And you can let all this other BS that don't matter, you can let that go. And you can get about the business of living your life for real. You understand? The pressure of paying for a house, paying for a car, working 40 hours a week, that pressure is going to go. This is why so many of us, we're willing to take a chance and say, I'll quit that job. I just want to write that book, or I just want to help people. I just want to cook. I just want to teach. I just want to make stuff. I just want to travel the world, because we are breaking out. Listen at me. Listen, listen, listen. No one is under contract. It's been over. There is an illusion that some people still think they are in soul contracts. This eclipse finna wake your ass up out of it. So if you think you got a contract with somebody, you're getting ready to find out you don't. You don't. There is no more. We've been out of contracts in 2000. I seen that clear. I told people, they hated me for it. Thought I didn't know what the hell I was talking about. I said, okay, cool. Y'all ain't there yet. I got you. Then all of a sudden, we got to the year 2000. We're out of contracts. People didn't believe it, right? What was the next one? C19? Bam. Out of contracts. So the contracts started to fall in the physical world, because that is the only way some people would wake up. They thought they had this life, this job, this relationship, this connection, and that came and woke people ass up to understand you ain't in no contract. This all free will. It's free will. There is no, you're not going to be penalized if you leave this. Get your passport current so you can travel if you want. I think it's a good idea, but that's getting ready to get shut down. Remember when they came out with the real ID and I did that show and told y'all about that real ID? We're getting ready to be universal citizens. And soon you won't need passports. One, it ain't going to matter, because in the West, if we don't hurry up and get these planes going, remember the year I told y'all all the planes, we were going to have crashes and it was going to change the way we travel? Now we're moving into a frequency because we're changing our vibration. They're going to be downing planes. There's getting ready to be power outages. Shit's going to be falling from the sky. Remember all them things I said falling from the sky? I keep having these visions. All of that. And traveling is going to be a luxury from this end, because it's not going to be enough flights going to other places that you can do it unless your ass got a whole lot of this. Yeah. We're in the rebuilding stage for the world. See, while everybody else was working, we was over here saying, we don't want to work. And they said, cool. Y'all ain't got to work. We'll just sell it to y'all. So they were upping their skills. They were upping their trade. They was upping their infrastructure. They were upping how they do technology. We are so far behind. If you were to travel to Dubai, you will see how they can spot you. That's why you don't do crime. There really is no crime over there. Not like that. Because everything is tied to you. When you go in a grocery store, when you take your ass down to the local spa, when you driving down the street, Everything is to you. There is no you getting some side stuff, you going by Pookie and them. Ain't none of that happening. Everything is tied to you, and you can't do nothing outside of that. If anything go down, they got your ass. They know exactly where you are. They know who your mama is, your daddy is, what time you left work yesterday. Everything is there. See, we was over here trying to get freedom. But freedom without innovation is nothing but foolishness. And so now we got to play catch up. We got to play catch up. We got to play catch up. We got to play catch up with our airplanes. If we really understood what we were flying on, I don't think nobody would get their ass on a plane. Because it's real raggedy out here in these streets. Our trains is raggedy. We just now trying to get on board. But now we're to the point where we're so far into this we're so far into this era and into this frequency that people that move their cells faster than the physical consciousness, and don't nobody want to work no more. Nobody don't want to work. Not like that. Everybody want to do what they want to do. But we got to have the infrastructure to be able to do that. Yeah. We got to have it. So our trains, we ain't seen how raggedy them roads are yet, because that's getting ready to come up too. We already seen with the boats. I told y'all that in the beginning. It's a whole lot of stuff that we are using outdated infrastructure and technology, but we trying to be modern. We trying to be modern, riding on some raggedy stuff. They got cars right now coming out of Asia that'll make the top of the line car in the West look like a piece of trash. And it only costs about $20,000. And you get the same bells and whistles as you do if you were buying a Mercedes S-Class that costs you over $100,000. Go figure that. Go figure that. They around there driving around in $20,000 vehicles that look better than the top of the line West vehicle. So we are behind. So I don't want any of you to be jaded because we got some consciousness and awareness. We are fucking behind. So you need to be serious about whatever it is that you want to do in this world. You need to get serious. If you ain't serious about it, get serious. I don't care if it's planting a garden. I don't care if it's having a family. I don't care if it's building a tree house. I don't care what it is. Get serious about it because you are behind. I'm behind. You're behind. And we don't even want to talk about our health. We just straight raggedy. We raggedy. We're over here eating food. But that's coming to an end. I told y'all will eat the less amount of food than you ever ate in your whole entire life this year. Did I lie? Did I lie? I want you to think about how much you ate this year. Did I lie? Did I lie? Because in a minute, you ain't going to be able to eat nothing. Because what did I tell y'all is coming? Viruses, parasites. They back to back to back to back to back. You ain't going to get out of them. We're not going to get out of it. And I personally feel it is designed because we have to make a change. And we are slow when it comes to making a change. We want to lick our fingers. We want it to taste good. We want all of that goodness and none of it. Do you realize when you go to other countries and you go over there and you start talking about, oh, we got this restaurant, we got this, we got this, we got this. They'll tell you that shit is illegal over here. Illegal. It's not even considered food. Go research the case of what happened to Subway when they went to Ireland, and Ireland took their ass to court and told them that's not real food. They said, we bake our bread every day. Ireland said, that's a lie. That ain't bread. That ain't even food. We're over here eating it. Yum, yum, licking our fingers. No. No. We are behind. We are behind in every area of your life. And I'm not telling you that to beat yourself up. I'm telling you that so you can get on your good foot and make sure you recognize that while you're somewhere chat, doing all of this shit that don't matter, that you're behind. You're behind. It's time to get caught up. Well, I think that's going to do it for me. Yeah, we around here eating poison. We thought that song, poison, poison, poison. Don't trust a big butt and a smile. No, you better not trust this food. They were singing about the wrong kind of poison. Okay, but our food, all of this is happening with our food because we need to change. That's all I want y'all to know. It's because we need to change. We need to change, right? We need to change. We need to change how we eat. We need to change how we live. We need to change what we do. We need to start having community exercises, like early in the morning. I don't care how young, how old you are. We need to be outside stretching, moving our bodies, and all kinds of stuff. And we're getting back to that slowly. Yeah, Franken's food. I love that. Yeah, Franken's food. Yeah, we need to get back to that. We do. We need to get back to that. I know. Yes, you know it's true. You know it's true. We was around here letting them sing to us about poison. Didn't realize we was eating the real poison. Women were never the poison. No, we the juicy apple. Uh-huh. You haven't eaten the same in 3 years. I have very little cause. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We're going to have to eat differently. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We have to start eating differently. Start doing a lot of things differently, you know? And having a lot more fun. So that part. So I'm going to get out of here because I done ran my mouth. It's 4 hours. It's 12:21. It's 12:21. We done moved into the 11th. And this is what I want to tell you guys for today. Stay aware. Use your discernment. Listen to your intuition. And know your magic. That's what I got for you. And know your magic. I love you all. Thank you all for hanging out with me. Let me know in the comments what your rising sign is. Also, let me know some of your top takeaways. If you're still listening towards the end, let's see, what sign are we going to put up if you are still here to the end? Because y'all stayed to the end, and I love that for us. What symbol are we going to put up if you stayed here till the end? Thank you, King Simon. Good to see you. What are we going to say? What sign are we going to use? Y'all drop some in the chat, in the blue room. You're welcome. Thank you for saying. Put some in the chat. What are we going to, what sign? What sign we going to put? What sign are we going to put? Yeah, put your rising sign in the chat. After the show, but what sign? Thank you, my love. You're so welcome. Thank you. Why are y'all telling me what you... That's a good one, Dr. J. Put the Leo, the lion, because this is where the eclipse is happening. So put the lion, and yeah, maybe put a flame. Put the lion and put the flame if you stayed to the end after the show. And don't forget to hype the video up, okay? Hype the video up. Don't forget to hype the video up. And then also, if you're new here or this is your first time joining me, in the comments section, tell me a little bit about who you are, where you're from, and yeah, let's keep the conversation going. And I see... Why are y'all telling me y'all rising sign? I said do that after the show. Jennifer, what? Why are y'all telling me now? I want y'all to come back and hype this video up. I want y'all to hype the video up. Put the tiger, put the flame, put it in the comments section. So, all right. I'm out. I love you all so much. Oracle kisses, right? And I will see y'all next time. And y'all let me know, do y'all like the blurred background? Or y'all like this? Y'all just like this background? I feel a little naked. I ain't gonna lie. I like it when it's blurred just a little bit. I feel like y'all can really see. Y'all can really see. So y'all have to let me know which one. Y'all like this background or y'all like it when it's a little kind of blurred in the background? And I cut. Y'all let me know. Y'all let me know. Y'all ain't listening. Y'all ain't listening to me. Y'all doing what y'all always do. You like this, not the blurred. Okay, thank you, C Diggs. So y'all let me know too if y'all like, you love this. Okay, y'all like the clear background? Y'all do? Y'all don't like when it's blurred a little bit and I don't look like I'm floating in here? It seems more cozy. Oh, y'all want to see y'all code word for y'all. Okay, look, we got one for the blurred. We got two for the blurred. Two people said, no, blur that, Ms.Blue. We don't want to see all that. Blur that. Yeah. You like the scene, but it's what you like. Yeah, I know it's what I like. And thank you for that. But I really want to know what y'all think. Because y'all got to look at it. I mean, I live here. I love my house. But y'all got to look at it. So I just figured, the blurred, kind of mystical. Like the clear. We really haven't noticed you said you didn't notice. Some of y'all didn't notice until you said it. Jennifer said she want mix. Okay. So sometimes blurred, sometimes. Yeah. Y'all like the clear. It's given the clear. Your excellent fire, Phoenix. Excellent energy. The books. Thank you. Take account. Yeah, I'm trying to. It's clear. It's clear is the one who won. Clear one. You like the blurred? Okay, Jersey Dread. Okay. So it's a mix. Maybe we'll do a mix. Sometimes I feel like I'm blurred. Sometimes I don't. Y'all know that, right? So if you're here and this looks more cozy. Okay. If you're here and you haven't liked the live and you received anything good out of the live, please like it. Just hit like. It won't cost you anything. Just hit like, okay? And, if you feel at home here and you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit subscribe. Princess Fula says, good night, chat. Ms.Blue, team blurred. Okay, you team blurred. Okay. And you just woke up, Justice Love. I went to sleep and woke up. Well, we're still here. We're getting ready to leave. Well, good. Brittany Vaz says she really didn't notice. Well, that's good. Some of y'all didn't notice. That's cool. I did. Enjoy. That's right. Electric magnetic. Yep. All right, you guys. Well, we're going to get out of here, but I love you all. This was fun. I'm going to go wind down a little bit because I'm already wind up. I'm going to wind down a little bit. And I will see you all back here in the frequency. I love you all. Be good to yourself. Be good to each other. Don't forget to drop in the comment section what your rising sign is. If you stay to the end, you want to drop the tiger and you want to drop the flame. And if you're new here, you want to share a little bit about yourself. And if you want to be real fancy, you're going to come back and you're going to hype this video up. So peace and love. Ciao. I love you guys.